All right, we're live, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. I am Abstruth, that truth. And right now I have my co-host with me tonight, Mr. Al. And we have our guest joining us, Mr. Universal Knowledge, Nobleman, Universal Knowledge. And so I wanted to make it interesting tonight, you guys. So I have some color-coded codes because this is just an open forum. It's not necessarily a debate, but views may get challenged in this open forum. Can you hear me, Al? Can you hear me, Al? Probably can't hear me.
Hold up.
That's okay. So can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay, so I made a little color-coded fun, and so I realized that our Moorish brothers and sisters do not like the term black when referring to our people. So anytime we say black, I'm gonna hold this up, and we're gonna say we're melanated. We're not gonna say we're black. We're gonna say we are melanated. Is that all right? Is that all right? So if
Excellent.
Mr.
I
Al
like
or
that
I
concept.
say we're black, we're gonna hold this up and say we're melanated. When referring to our people. So we don't need to have any argument. Hey, if somebody says black, I'm gonna be like, here. Okay. People
And I'm
with
gonna do
melanin.
this anytime somebody say black. I'm gonna do this.
Okay.
All right.
Carter G. Woodson.
All right.
All right.
All right.
All right.
We all know about this, right?
All right. We do.
All right. That was
Okay.
the first book I ever read in college.
Oh, okay. And so we have the red sign, which means no interruption, please. Doesn't mean necessarily stop. We're gonna do this just in case. Because it's an open forum. And then we got the yellow light, which is 30 seconds to finish your idea, please. That means you went on for a while, or we're getting repetitive. And then this means ignore this. I'm just telling the audience, you can keep on going. I'm just telling the audience to please like, comment, subscribe. And last but not least, the only time you can interrupt someone is if you want to say blue, and it means this. Name of source, we probably need to fact check what you just said. Is that all right? Are we okay with the color codes?
Man, you got a lot of them now.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to remember them.
I think the only one I remember is the last one.
The blue?
Right.
Yes. We go
blue and melanated. I got that one. I can't remember the other ones.
Okay.
You brought me back to preschool with these color codes and things. Kindergarten.
Hey, we have up to 5 people coming up at any given time during this broadcast. So that's the main thing that
I think the spirit is in peace, though. Like, I understand
definitely.
what you do, but the spirit is in peace, man. This is, we all grown folks, so
Definitely.
Right.
A little moderation, of course, I understand, but we all grown folks. It's
yeah. But that's the only time you can interrupt is to say blue, and we will try to write it down and fact check it.
All right. We got you.
All right, and so the whole point of tonight's broadcast is to discuss our identity crisis. We have this erasure of our history. We have a history of oppression here in the hells of North America. And, I think we're all just trying to find our way as melanated people. And so I wanted to discuss the differences between marcusgarvey and nobledrewali, because this is where we're coming from in this standpoint. I know that the Moorish society considers marcusgarvey to be the forerunner because of his quote about returning to Islam in one of his many books that he's authored. So who wants to get it started? Who wants to get cracking on talking about Marcus Garvey and his Pan-Africanism? And in his Pan-Africanism, he was attempting to embrace, no problem.
Well, you don't mind, I take a stab at it just to kind of break the ice. Like I said, affectionately in the Moorish Science Temple of America, Marcus Garvey is known as John the Baptist. And we know that John the Baptist paved the way for Jesus the Christ, according to Christian spiritual traditions or whatever the case may be. Mm-hmm. Marcus Garvey was an economical genius. Not only that, he was very prophetic in what he did. He in the height of his movement of the UNIA, Universal Negro Improvement Agency, if I remember, he had at least 6 million followers. And he did this without a pair of Air Maxes, without an iPhone, without Facebook or YouTube. You know what I mean? So if you look at who Marcus Garvey was and what he stood for, since Marcus Garvey, we have not yet seen the likes of him since. Right. And why? Because, you know, Marcus Garvey was a force to be reckoned with. You know what I mean? He was a man among men, and he was a true leader. You know what I mean? And he didn't walk in front of his people. He didn't walk behind his people. He walked in front of his people. Right. And we honor Marcus Garvey for not just the life that he lived, but the legacy that he left. You know what I mean? And we understood that he had a vision to want to do something for his people. You know what I mean? And he didn't exclude anybody from his group. And you know what I mean? That concept that Marcus Garvey had is still effective very day. The fact that Marcus Garvey was so great, a man of such magnanimity, if I may use that word, he's still affecting people today, even in his physical absence. You know what I mean? His word still rings true. In fact, I have his book on my shelf, The Philosophies and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. There's nothing that Marcus Garvey said was wrong. You know what I mean? Marcus Garvey did the best he could with the knowledge that he had, and he got us to a point. So you can't never knock another brother, melanated, for trying to do something to uplift his people, and that's just where I leave it at.
Okay. You know? And so I wanted to cover a little bit more on the UNIA. Okay. They had literature. And so I think that's one of the most key components to any group is controlling their own source of media. And so it's said that he had a circulation of up to 500,000 among the diaspora with 7 different languages. And so that type of like-mindedness among the diaspora is still unprecedented, still unmatched to this very day. And so they used to have conventions as well. And I don't know if you guys knew this, but they used to pack out Madison Square Garden every August during the 1920s, the entire month. And that type of unity, that type of commerce being brought to New York City, and that type of, communication is pretty much, I don't know anybody else who's brought together 20,000 melanated people at one time in one place every single day for a month. I thought that was really impressive. And they did a declaration of Negro rights. And they, it was like a convention in their mind. They were trying to create their own constitution in these types of gatherings. Mm-hmm. They were trying to do some type of governance and nation building and establishing different things. And so they even had a theme, an anthem, they had a flag, obviously the red, black, and green that we all cling to. And they, the UNIA, we welcome. Okay, so now we're going to welcome the brothers Malik Deshawn. He's affiliated or the son of a sheikh within the Moorish Science Temple. And then we have Mr. Rael Bey, and he is a more on the fringe, and he has a very different radical views, kind of outside of conventional Moorish Americans. And so we were talking about Marcus Garvey, his legacy with Pan-Africanism. And so you guys, I don't know if you've seen yet, Mr. Malik Deshawn, we got some signs here. Every time me or Mr. J say black, we mean this. We mean melanated. So no offense.
I mean black. If I say black, I mean black. If I say black, I mean black. I don't,
Okay. All right.
I'll attempt to keep it to a minimum, but if I say it, I mean it. And I think there are various usages, just like there are various historical usages of the term Moor. There are various historical usages of the term black, but I will respect various wishes.
All right, and so Rael Bey, we can't hear you. You're in and out.
Tell him he might need to get a set of headphones.
Yeah, you might need to use a set of headphones.
See if anybody is I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's got to be the headphones. Like, does somebody have it on? Somebody on YouTube while they recording?
Are you on? Is anyone on YouTube while they're recording?
Islam, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yes, I can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay.
And,
do I need to mute this mic or something?
Let me try. I'll mute it for you. Hold on a second. Is that making any difference?
What kind of mics are they? Are they using the mic on the device?
Are you? Oh, he's gone. He's gone. All right, I tried. he might be back. And so, yes. So we're gonna continue on. Marcus Garvey, he used Christianity to strengthen the identity as well, and it mirrored Catholicism. And so, except for he had a Negro Jesus, which we know is important to have a God that reflects our own image, because the original people, according to those texts, were made in the image of God. And so to have a white Jesus to worship is definitely contradictory in that sense. Does anybody, I'm hearing it myself echo now.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of echoes too.
Okay. And so the red, black, and green flag, we still use that to this very day to represent the diaspora of melanated people. And then, Cristo Negro is celebrated throughout Latin America and is used in Catholicism as well. Now let's get to the economic foundation of Marcus Garvey. They weren't just back to Africa, they were here, right here. So does anybody want to discuss the economic policies of Marcus Garvey? Are you guys familiar with the economic policies of Marcus Garvey?
As far as
how many businesses and entrepreneurism and group investment in stocks and anything of that sort. So Marcus Garvey definitely used racial integration or segregation to his advantage. He had Negro factory corporations, and he was able to raise a lot of capital. So he was able to raise by selling shares at $5 each, which would end up with having dividends for people who originally invested. He was
He
able
also
to
had a
raise,
much more professional base, though.
definitely.
Especially, we are talking about pre-Great, I hate to call it the Great Depression. Now that we lived through COVID, like I feel like COVID is going to be a lot worse. But we are talking about a pre-1920, late 1920s Wall Street crash. And Marcus Garvey did attract he attracted W.E.B's talented 10th, which is probably why W.E.B. Du Bois disliked him so much. Well, we probably could use the word hate. Like they had an extremely petty level of dislike with one another. It wasn't just intellectual or ideological. I do believe that W.E.B. thought that Marcus Garvey was stealing people from him, and even Marcus Garvey has his own comments about when he first started setting up, he didn't want to be the president, but those involved in the movement felt that it would be best for him to be president, or just to keep things in tune with the times. The Negro leadership at that time, the Negro, as he referred to them, they were constantly attempting to break up his meetings, have things disrupted, and until he became the president and can kind of put his own hands on things. But I do think that a lot of the capital came from the type of base that he had. He attracted
affluent
as upper class as that time is gonna create.
Oh yeah, he had Madam C.J. Walker in his corner for sure. Right. So and I have Malik Deshawn asking if there is a number he can call in for the audio. Okay, I haven't even tried that yet.
Is there a number you can do with StreamYard?
I can't do a number for StreamYard. I have another app I could possibly try and do it from. I haven't used it in a minute, so we'll
is it because we got this many people on here? Like, I'm trying to figure out what's different this week.
I'm trying to figure it out too. I'm not sure if it's any like signal strength or anything like that. Definitely got to try doing something.
Because the broadcast is going.
Right. We're live. So and we have 2 viewers right now actively. I'm trying to figure it out too. Okay. So Rael, I muted your mic at this time. Malik Deshawn, I know you're having a hard time. I would like for you guys to discuss Marcus Garvey's belief in capitalism, and I'll try to get that a conference call going right now for Malik Deshawn, if you don't mind. So, Mr. Al, if you could discuss how Marcus Garvey was anti-socialism and anti-communism.
Okay.
I would appreciate that. Can anyone hear me? Yes, I can hear you, Malik.
Can you hear me, sister?
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm having
Can you hear Malik?
Yeah, I can hear you. What delay?
It's tinny. It's real tinny.
Yeah, it is tinny. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear. We can. I can hear you. Just you're in and out.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and so yeah, and so Marcus Garvey was actually not for communism or socialism because he did not trust less melanated people. He didn't trust what we would refer to as white people to give black people, so to speak, that piece of the pie. He always saw it as something that white people would resent doing it should they have to share and be actual communists. So, what are your thoughts on that, Jay?
I think he saw them as white organizations, and I think at that particular time, the Bolshevik Revolution had just kicked off.
Right.
We're talking about late 1910s, and there was an influence, and also there is an like with Marcus Garvey. I think we also have to think about the times. You still got like the African-led Brotherhood, and various black, the Haywoods and all of those type of people. You still had black communists and black socialists and blacks involved in this particular movement. So there was kind of like, a political land grab for minds. Right. And so I understand him separating himself from particular organizations in order to make sure that the UNIA was on a solid ground, kind of putting a cover of protection to make sure that people were trying to sift members, and right. They were trying to disrupt what they were building. And so I do believe that most of the successful organizations, the three that we're discussing tonight anyway, I believe that most of their choices and decisions were highly political, based around strategic organizing. I do think the main difference between between what nobledrewali had to do and what Marcus Garvey was doing. Marcus Garvey comes with, although Marcus Garvey has an understanding of religion and an understanding that if you're going to have a religion, it should be your guys should look like you, your prophet should look like you, they should come from you. It wasn't, it had a much more secular leaning overall. It had, the pomp and circumstance and the kind of Eastern Oriental type of style, but it was a social economic political organization for the most part. Whereas the latter two more successful movements, they decided to bring it as religion first. They decided to come with a much more kind of a much more sacred approach to the social uplift.
Okay, to kind of add, because I forgot, Sister Abstruse, when you were talking about the differences between Marcus Garvey and nobledrewali, the difference is nobledrewali brought nationality and birthright, right? Which gave us a political standing according to law. Whereas with Marcus Garvey, he had an organization, but it didn't teach nationality, right? And so what nobledrewali had figured out was, and this is based off of his divine constitutions and bylaws of the Moorish Science Temple, in Act 6, it says, with us, our members must proclaim their nationality. We are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are not Negro, color folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. And then he goes on to say that this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national names to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. And I'll stop right there. So the concept was nobledrewali, and we say affectionately within the Moorish science temple paradigm, we call him a prophet, and we say that he was divinely prepared by the Almighty Father God Allah to explain to the so-called Negro, melanated man, Asiatic man, that the reason why we were having so much turmoil and so much friction with the Caucasian European is because of how we were classified and identified according to the law. So because we went by the names of Black, Negro, and African American is the reason why Marcus Garvey got deported, unfortunately. But understanding what your nationality is and understanding your birthright and you having a heritage on this land, then it kind of made things a little bit more easier for us to have the right to vote and to be able to have those what they call divine rights instead of granted privileges. So it was a lot of underlying things that we didn't really understand versus you just having a movement versus a divine movement where you can move different. But it's kind of based on the questions you asked, kind of going deep.
Is there?
I can't hear.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can. I can.
Okay, so I know I just put in a call number right now, and so
what is this number? Is this what is they call? What they calling to?
It's a conference call. It's a conference call.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, and so you know, I haven't received any calls yet, but if they want to call in, they can call in, and I have it on my speaker, and we'll be able to hear it. From what I understand.
Okay.
But right now we're looking at Moorish American as a nationality. Which nation is that, and what are the borders? What's the longitude and the latitude?
Okay. One of the things that had to be explained to me is that the Kingdom of Morocco that we see right now is subordinate to the Moroccan Empire. And because of murder and conquest, we're thinking that when people of the Moorish Science Temple or members of the Moorish Science Temple say that they're Moorish American, they assume that we're talking about the Morocco of North Africa, you know, that you have on the continent in, you know, the continent of Africa, West Africa, Northwest Africa. When we talk about the empire of the Moorish Empire, it extended from Northwest and Southwest Africa across the Great Atlantic Ocean to North, South, and Central America. That's the great big secret. So there's a difference between the empire of the Moors versus this little bitty kingdom that we see today, if that makes sense.
Now, go. I'm sorry.
So when you talk about the borders, it's the 3630 parallel. So that means it goes, it covers Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. There's a reason why the Liberty Bell is in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, because that's a spiritual landmark. That's the Mount Sinai of the West. And it goes all the way over to Egypt in the east by the Great Pyramids. Those are our borders. You know what I mean? But that's the science of why when Master Farad Muhammad came and he talks about the mathematics is Islam and Islam is mathematics and the supreme wisdom, and it says it's 196,940,000 square miles. Those are our borders. You know what I mean? So it's a science in learning, you know what I mean, the supreme wisdom lessons, your 101s and all that, because it's telling you what history they stole from us. And what I mean the European Caucasian, when they hit us in the head and they took that knowledge from us. Does that make sense, or did I confuse something?
Okay, so what you're basically explaining to me is that the Moorish Empire is the exact time frame that we're talking about? Is it about 780 to about 400 AD, or I'm trying to grasp the regions that the Moroccan Empire is and the time. So what's the
Okay,
time frame for that as well?
great question. That's one time frame. That's one time frame. But you have to realize that when we talk about the Moors, we wasn't always called Moors in history. But it's because we didn't have that name, the bloodline was still the same. And that's one of the things we have to understand.
Now,
We're
I do
talking,
recall that there was Berbers as well.
that's
Um,
true. That
and
is a,
that, yeah.
okay. This is one book that we have to read. It's by a scholar. His name is, what is his brother's name? Jose Pimenta Bay. I'm gonna answer your question, but he's got a PhD and he's a teacher at the University of Temple. I don't know if he's still teaching there now, but this is his book. It's called Othello's Children. It's a must-have when you're trying to do research. Scholarly book right here, and he does have a PhD. That's one of the books you have to read, and he does break down the Berbers and the timelines. But when we talk about the land of the Moors, we got to go back to Cush, old man Cush, going back to Ethiopia, going back to the kings of ancient Egypt, and then going back into the Sudan. You know what I mean? So we got a long line of history there, and we can't just start it off with uh, to the time that we were in Europe for that 700 years.
Mm-hmm.
It was from 711 AD to like 1492.
Okay.
With that time frame, that's a very limited time frame. But when you're talking about our bloodline is ancient. Uh, we're talking about old man Cush, and Master Farad and Elijah Muhammad said it's like 76 trillion years of knowledge. You know what I mean? So we don't really have a birth record when you're talking about our bloodline, to be honest with you.
Okay, so can I mention that state.gov/US relations with Morocco says that Morocco was actually the first country to recognize the US's independence in 1777 and
That's very
opening
true.
its ports to the American ships by decree.
Very
So
true.
by that standard, that, yes, Malik? Oh, you're calling in. Okay. Let's see.
Very true. Very true. I don't disagree with nothing that you said. Morocco, I think his name was Muhammad V, if I'm not mistaken, was the first one to, and I think for years George
It was Muhammad
Washington.
III. It was Muhammad,
Yeah.
the Sultan Muhammad III.
Hmm.
He actually signed the Treaty of Peace and Friendship in
Yes.
1786. And
Right.
so by that definition, wouldn't that nullify Morocco being here in North America? I'm getting to you, Deshaun. Malik Deshaun, I apologize. I'm trying to get to you right now. I'm trying to multitask right now. And so, yes.
Let me grab some books, because that's an excellent question. I like the way you questioning things, because it allows me to go into some books that the viewers can later, when they review this, they can go look up these books. Can you hear me?
Your PIN number.
And then y'all can view this, and then y'all can see some things. 1 second, I'll be right back.
Thank you. Joining the conference now.
All right. Can you guys hear the conference call?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
We can.
we can hear you.
Yeah, so we on. But I wanted to spit on what y'all was talking about. Actually, the Bay of Morocco gave Christopher Columbus a 50-year mandate to come over here and develop this land.
Okay.
That was one of the reasons why the treaty was established in the first place. But when America got strong, they basically strong-armed the land from Morocco.
Okay.
Because Morocco had the rights to North America. Christopher Columbus used the Moors to help him navigate the sea in order to be able to even come over here.
Okay.
So that was this land was considered Morocco because Morocco owned North America. As I said, Christopher Columbus got a 50-year mandate from the Bay of Morocco to come and carry these lands, to come and develop these lands. You know, so when he got over here and seen all these Moors over here, all of these dark-complected people that they call Indians or Indigos, he was quite surprised. You know, he damn near thought he was in Africa. But when you ask the question about what the borders of Morocco, Morocco really spanned all the way up into Spain, because the Moors ruled Spain for 700 years.
But my point is that Morocco, the country, the nation, right? It recognized it was one of the first countries to recognize the United States independence, according to state.gov, which is the United States government website / U.S. relations with Morocco. Independence was they recognized the United States independence in 1777, and they even opened its ports to American ships by that decree. And so also Sultan Muhammad III signed a treaty of peace and friendship in 1786. This was after the United States Constitution was ratified in 1782. And so and after that they allowed the United States to be their own.
They had trade agreements, and there were open ports for slave trading. Some of it was we're gonna have to come up with some type of we need to have a I don't want to offend people, and I want to be careful about the language.
Can you hear him? Can you hear him, Brother Malik Deshaun?
I can't hear him.
Okay, hold on.
Can y'all hear me?
No, he can't hear you because I gotta unplug.
Because he's coming through the conference call.
Yes, he's coming. He can't hear him because he's coming through the conference call. Jeez. Okay, I gotta figure this out.
Wait. So he's not getting any volume. He's not getting volume,
not getting anything.
So no audio.
He's not getting any audio. Hold on a second.
But you know what? He should be able to call in and still listen, though.
He should be able to go to the site and see us and hear me.
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. So can you hear him?
I can hear him.
Can you hear him, Mr. Malik Deshaun?
Yeah, I can hear him lightly. But I can hear you clear.
Okay. Let me see. All right, go ahead, Mr. Al, and talk.
No. All I was doing was agreeing with what was being stated. All I was adding was that there was a trade. There were trade routes, and humans were being transported. There was a trade route established. That's all I was saying.
Those were the dirty Moors that made agreements with the Europeans to sell us in slavery. But what I wanted to do to kind of clarify some things, before nobledrewali came, nobody had this knowledge right here when you were talking about the borders. Nobledrewali says Egypt, right? The capital empire of the dominion of Africa. And he says here that the dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa across the great Atlantis, even to the present North, South, and Central Americas, also Mexico and the Atlantis Islands, before the great earthquake which caused the great Atlantic Ocean. So that was our empire. You know what I mean? We had the whole planet at one time. We ruled.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That's what can you hear me, sister?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, that's what I was saying. Yes, I can hear you. That's what I was saying. I was saying that you said that they recognized that Morocco was the first to recognize the independence of the U.S.
Yes.
I said that was the significance of George Washington chopping down a cherry tree, and I said that was them getting their independence from Morocco because Morocco owned this land. They had a 50-year mandate with the U.S. And
More.
so
Let me explain.
Move on.
Now, you right, Sister Abstruse, in what you're saying. You're not wrong, but it needs to be explained. The European only had 13 colonies. That's all he had. The rest of the land was our land. You understand what I'm saying? So they only had those 13 colonies. They didn't have the 50 states.
So the other territory, right, from what I understand is like France owned Louisiana Purchase territory, which is like down south a little bit, Midwest. Spain had California, had Florida, and other states in the West, in the Southwest. And so, you know, if I want to be to the point where if we're going to talk about have this discussion about the Moorish Empire, that we recognize all of the other documents and treaties that were in place during that time, so that you know, to say that Rome spanned from one side, you know, one place to another at one point. But now Rome has been reduced to one island with the Pope.
Right. Well,
You get what I'm saying? And so
I do think it's important that they. I absolutely understand what you're saying about the blood that I don't want to use the word infinite, and I don't want to use the word, you know, from time prior, and I definitely don't want to use numbers like 76 million. I do want to be careful when we are using teachings that could be literal or figurative. I just want to be careful. Not saying anything is literal, not saying anything is figurative. I'm just saying I want to be careful in this conversation. But I do think, like, I see where Abstruse 1 through 13 and my brother Universal Knowledge is coming from. If we can't use the 711 AD and the Al-Andalus level of description of how much land we're discussing from the top of the Iberian Peninsula to the top of North Africa, the area now known as Morocco and Mauritania, all the way up to a little bit to South France. If we can't, what's known as Al-Andalus, if I'm correct here, can we at least start the conversation there? Like, I understand the Berbers and the bloodline had a lot more, and especially if we're talking, like, I get it, but we've got to narrow this up. That's a very large conversation.
Well, the thing is, you're not wrong, but when you become an avid reader and you're doing research and you're doing history and you're looking at maps, you have to realize that what the European did is they wrote out a lot of the African history and put themselves in it.
Understood. Absolutely.
So it's like when you hear about
start somewhere.
I understand, but this is a side note. Even when you hear about George Washington selling the Delaware, you never hear about Prince Ripple. I just found out about Prince Whipple like 3 or 4 years ago. And Prince Whipple was a very important piece. He was a brother, a melanated Asiatic brother that helped George Washington sell the Delaware. But you don't hear nothing about Prince Whipple. You know what I mean? But Prince Whipple's got some valid points in the history to help win the war. But the point I was trying to make was this. Before you had the Constitution of the United States, you had the Articles of Association, and then they came together with the Declaration of Independence. Then they came together to form a more perfect union. Right. Well, who was they forming this union with? So
But
what it is
that was the point of me mentioning that after their Declaration of Independence, Morocco
yes,
recognized them, and after the
yes,
United States Constitution was ratified, they
yes,
recognized them again.
yes. But
So
where did the United States Constitution come from?
the first one was the Continental Congress under the
Well, I think
United
you're talking
Hold
about
on,
the
hold on.
Iroquois Constitution.
It's this book here by John Weatherford. This is Jack Weatherford. He wrote a book called Indian Givers. And I'm gonna find the page. I think it's like page 169. He tells you that Thomas Jefferson and Thomas Paine and all these guys, when they formed the Constitution, they got it from the Iroquois League of Peace, who was already here, and they taught them government because the Europeans coming from Europe were under the Queen of England. Only thing they knew about was an oligarchy. They didn't know anything about a government like what we have today.
Well, they had the Magna Carta, but they did not have a federal like what the Iroquois had, a federation. But absolutely.
So what I'm trying to say is we've been here for a long time. We can't really put a number on it. I understand what you're saying, but they called us Indians, but it was us too. You know what I mean? We as melanated people taught them government. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Well, who you talking to her?
Well, she's you're not wrong in what you're saying, Sister F Street. You're not wrong. That is the Moorish history. That is the Moorish history. I don't disagree with you there.
Okay.
But there's certain pockets of history that are missing within that equation that I'm having to read because we got to fill in those gaps. Because
it's a lot of history. We're talking about a lot of years, sir. We're not talking about millennia. We're talking millennia here. Even this conversation, we have already covered at least 6,000 years.
Yeah, Malik Deshaun, you were trying to say something, brother?
Yeah, I wanted to say there is a book by J.A. Rogers called From Superman to Man.
I got it.
I recommend you check out. If you want to know about this history, it's by J.A. Rogers. It's called From Superman to Man. And it details nobledrewali and Woodrow Wilson on a train. Nobledrewali is a train porter, and Woodrow Wilson is a senator. And nobledrewali questioning him. And they go all the way down through there. It is the most epic encounter that you will ever probably read.
Okay. Woodrow Wilson actually was the president during World War I. And so, and he warned against militarism of the United States of that time. I will definitely look into that. I also had some other questions. Now, I would like to also mention Islamism, right? I know that it's not to be confused with Islam. It's not to be conflated with Sunni Islam in particular. It is its own mysticism. And so when I looked into a lot of indigenous tribes here in the United States, I couldn't find too much what would be referred to as Islamism outside of this universal thing of astrology that almost all indigenous people have. The connection between to me, Islamism is an offshoot of Islam because you have men on the right during the services and then women to the left, women and children to the left on the services, which is mirrored with Islam. Also, you guys, you recognized Christ and Muhammad and things of that nature. But outside of universal indigenous people astrology that helped build the pyramids, that helped them learn, the seasons and navigating the seas. Outside of that, I don't see the connection between the indigenous tribes of the United States and the Moorish empire as far as spiritual practices. That would be, and what, from my logic, that would be a remnant, that would be the missing link between the Moorish Americans' claims to indigenous, you know, life here prior to slavery, prior to European conquest. And with my research, I have not seen that with my research of people who claim to be modern day indigenous to the United States.
When you say indigenous, can you mean the
The
Iroquois, the Apache,
Iroquois, the Cherokee,
the
the
Choctaw?
Seminoles?
Okay.
Yes.
Well, in our literature,
in what year can we get a establish a year? Because there were captured Africans. Can I say captured Africans? Can we agree on the language?
yeah, that's fine.
There were captured Africans who were practicing Islam before they were captured, and they were brought into the Americas.
Saying they were far and few in between.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't that many captured Africans, brother. It was way more indigenous.
That's okay. If it was only 50 captured Africans, it was still captured Africans, though, right? If it was 50.
Yeah, it was some.
If all it was 50, it was 50 captured Africans.
Okay.
Okay. So let's say of that 50, some of them was some Muslims, and they did mix and mingle with the Seminoles in Florida, and so we do have a history.
Let me explain. Let me explain. Each prophet comes.
What are we explaining? What are we explaining for?
Hold on. Let's wait till the sister come back. Only reason is because
Where'd the brother go?
I'm here.
Where'd the brother go?
I don't know where he went. Are you still here? He's still here. He's not on video.
Because I understand what's being said, but I do feel like we have a tendency to minimize how many people did come from Africa, how many people were actually captured. There were a lot of boats, man. There was a lot of boats, and all of them was filled with people. Now I understand all of us here weren't from that particular trade. I get that, but there were Muslims who were captured, who were brought to these shores. Now, and they had relations and built I want to say communities. They built community. The brother, the Drew is the Drew is his parents were like I want to be careful. They were related to the Cherokee. They were, they were like, I would say they were slaves to the Cherokee. We can discuss that. But there's a direct tie to the Cherokee and the Moorishscience Temple.
I mean, in this, you can't really see it because we on the thing, but in this literature on the first page, he says during the 17th century, we were forced from our homeland and came over here. So there were certain Africans.
I will agree with you, universal knowledge, because I have here, it's a kid's book. I have lots of African kids literature, but it's talking about, and he has his own slave narrative. Abid Rahman Ibrahima, he was born in 1762 and he died in 1829. And the story begins when he was 25 as a royal soldier. He was captured and sold into slavery.
Abstruse. Let's do something, because I think we're assuming something about those who will be viewing this. If we can, let's all put the books that we're naming into I don't know, the chat or something.
And I'll put it in the caption
so that the people will be all of these books, because Universal Knowledge got some books. Malik did name some books. Now you did name some books.
Okay.
And so I think it would be important for all of us.
Oh, definitely.
for those who stop by in the future.
I'm hearing somebody got their mic open and it sounds like they're in a restaurant or something.
Can you hear?
I think that's Rael Bay. I'll mute his mic.
Okay.
The brother's at work.
Okay, so he's I think he's at work right now.
But I did want to say this because Brother Malik Deshaun said something. Because I used to think from the 3rd grade all the way up into high school and probably up until my early 20s that we all did come on a slave ship from Africa. But it wasn't until I started listening to people like Dame Calloway, and I know people don't like Dame Calloway, but he brought out a lot of good points about some of these slave ships and where they're getting all these slave narratives from. So I'm not saying that we didn't come from Africa.
I absolutely agree. I think both points. I like these are not mutually exclusive realities. You know, you have a situation where you had a bunch of boats with black people on them, but there was also a reality that there were a bunch of black people, and there were many people here.
Yeah,
melanated. Let's go with melanated. This is a good time for me to use melanated.
My thing is this, man. When you go down into the Grand Canyon and you start to see the Egyptian artifacts, and you see the caves that they found with all of this pharaoh type of stuff down there, man. It just tells a tale of our people already over here, man. Like the Olmecs and these were dark complected people. They were not the pale Cherokees and stuff that own the casinos. They were Washita Moors. They were straight, dark-skinned, olive-complected people. Now, in Superman to Man, you will get a chance to see how nobledrewali is telling him how all of these people was dying on these slave ships. They lost more cargo than they got over here. It was too much disease. It was too many of them killing themselves.
The only problem that I have with that is it has a tendency to suggest that nobody made it here, and that's not the case.
Right.
No.
That's not the case. That's not the case. Some made it.
And when we say some, we are talking like we're not talking about 100 million, but we are talking about about 5 million over the course of.
They started to abduct the Moors that was already over here, and that's what 12 years of slaves.
There you go.
Okay, can we not? There were free people. Can we agree to that? There were free persons during that time. Now, during that time with free persons, do you believe they associated themselves with the Moroccan Empire, or did they associate themselves with being from colonized Europe as servants?
No, they associated themselves with tribes.
Some did, some didn't. You're suggesting a very general.
And they did trade with the Moors in Morocco. They did trade with them, but they associated themselves with tribes.
But this claim
you had various different classes of black people, though. You had black. Yes, you had black. You had foreign nationals. Like every country had foreign nationals.
Right.
You had Moors who were foreign nationals over here. You also had blacks who were, descended of,
West Africa.
However, with this difference, they had their culture, their identity, their heritage, their language, and they had a status. They were not slaves.
They were not slaves. No, absolutely. But there were also free. But there were also free blacks.
There were free persons
whose families had never been slaves, and just like you had blacks who owned slaves here.
Right.
You had a lot of different types of black people, and this is
melanated.
We gonna go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Melanated. Melanated.
So-called black people. I like to say so-called.
So-called like
Well,
Just
the
like
problem
Malcolm
that I
said,
have is the word
so-called
more. It's not like the word
Yeah,
more
I
is
say
just like
so-called black
has never
person.
been
You know
an
what I'm saying?
epithet in the history of its usage, man. The Europeans have used the word more in a lot of different ways as well. But I'm going to respect the space that I'm in right now. You know, for the record, I grew up with, you know, a lot of different kind of people, you know, I'm not new to any of this, you know, but yeah, I think the problem that I have with some of this conversation is that we're still discussing many millions of people,
right.
and not all of them are the same. Not all of them were the same. They
Let
all
me
have
say that.
different stories.
Let me say this. Let me say this. And I don't mean to be rude or cut you off, but this is what I learned when we say we're not the same, right? There's one human race, but the human race is subdivided into two groups. You're either a melanated person, which is coming from the Moors, we call ourselves Asiatics, or you're European.
That's one framework.
So you either are a melanated person, which makes you an Asiatic, or you are a Caucasian European that came from the Caucasus
Where are
Mountains.
we getting this word Asiatic from? Where are we getting the word Asiatic from?
Asiatic was the name of the.
Well, let me speak on that one.
Okay.
All right, so the word Asiatic comes from when the land was won before the great cataclysm.
Before
It was all
Pangea.
called-
Before Pangea?
Huh?
Before Pangea?
Yeah.
Continental
Yeah, it was all
shift.
one land.
They're calling Earth Asia is what that's coming from, and I don't have a problem with any of this, but I think there is a danger when we assume that there can only be one framework.
That's why the biggest continent is called Asia, because that's what it was called prior to the great cataclysm.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was called Asia. It was the world was one. So that's when we say Asiatic, we're talking about the olive complected people.
Even Asia is an anglicized word, though.
The vast majority of the earth, the olive complected.
And this is the problem that I have with some of this language. And I understand, man. I'm not here to tell nobody how to operate, man. I promise you, I'm not. But to make the conversation smoother, I just beg of you, brothers, just a little flexibility, give me a little wiggle room.
So what do
here.
you want to call it? Al-Kibalan? You want to call it?
We can. I just think we have to accept that a lot of the language itself has been filtered through Europe. We're speaking English,
right?
We're not speaking Berber.
But we're not really speaking the original language that we was speaking before we was conquered.
But the point that I'm making is that we are speaking English, and most of the world speaks English due to this conquering. So when we get on one another about words, we have to understand that most of the words that we use have been filtered through some form of the military might that our ancestors faced. Most of us are not speaking. Even in Morocco, you got a few people. You have a smaller percentage of people speaking Berber than speaking Portuguese and other languages of the people that conquered in that particular territory. I think all I'm saying is we are all conscious people. We're all aware of things, and you understand that I'm not trying to offend. I'm simply trying to come to an understanding.
Well, she asked the question, where did Asia come from?
People? Are you saying pacify them? Because if we know the language is out of whack, we have to educate. But
then when we talk about language and linguistics, right? I actually included this. We have to talk about archaic and obsolete. We have to talk about the evolution of linguistics, and
it's dynamic.
Exactly. And so when we talk about, legal definitions, we'll get to that. Actually, I wanted to get into that, defining Negro, colored, Black, national, and sovereignty. And so I actually did that. And I used the Black's Law Dictionary because I know that the science of Moorish Americans deals a lot in law and legal jargon.
Yes.
And so I used the Black's Law Dictionary, the second edition, which is dates all the way back to mid 1800s. The definition of Negro is one descended from the African race. And the case that established that was Felix v. State, 18 Alabama 720. That is the statute. Okay. And then it varies, and it goes on to say that it varies from state to state. And it states that you could be 1/8 plus and be considered of African descent and be considered Negro, or what you would consider Octoroon, or one would consider Octoroon. And then we have also the definition of colored, and that was established in Van Camp v. Board of Education 9 Ohio Statute 411. Colored is person, race, or men, designated Negroes or persons of African descent, including mixed blood descended Negroes of ancestry. Then we have the definition of black, which is from the 2020 United States Census Bureau. It is black or African American person having origins in any black racial groups of Africa, including Haitian and Jamaican. These are.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. And so, yes. And so I looked up those. We're going to just start from those functioning definitions, because I know that we go by the book, we go by documentation.
I don't. Certain words, man, and certain things I have to be real careful of. The United States of America is still on the books. The Dred Scott decision is still on the books.
But that was overturned by the 14th Amendment.
I don't see it. I don't see that in action. De facto and de jure are two different things.
You're right.
And there is de jure, and then there is de facto. And then I'm not a colored person.
Right. We got to address the 14th Amendment.
I am the original.
Right. We have to address the 14th Amendment. We have to, because there's a big stink with the 14th Amendment. Okay. The thing is that when you look at the 14th Amendment, it says this: all persons born are naturalized.
Right.
In your Black's Laws Dictionary, we got to get you a 4th edition, because the 4th edition is where the kicker is. It says all persons. But when you look up the word person in the Black's Law 4th edition dictionary, it specifically states that a person can be a flesh and blood human being, or it could be a corporation.
Yeah.
And so we learn that when your name is in all capital letters, that's not you, that's the corporation.
Right.
So the thing is, when they came with the 14th Amendment, what they did is they didn't make us flesh and blood human beings. They made us corporations.
Was it in caps on the document in which the 14th Amendment was ratified?
Well, you have to understand, the 14th Amendment was never properly ratified. Great question. It was never properly ratified by 3/5 of the other states. And this is the other thing, because we were talking about the concept of reparations. When you read the 4th section of the 14th Amendment, it says the validation of public debt. And it says that any state or anybody like that tries to make a claim for the public debt, and the public debt is a code word for reparations, it says that it will be considered to be null and void.
Brother Rael Bey actually wanted to say something momentarily.
I really wish I could hear this. I can't hear anything.
Really?
Really?
Is it? Ask him. Is it on his end?
Is it? Can you hear?
No. What he needs to do is try to open it up in Chrome. If he's using something else, it ain't gonna work.
Chrome.
I mean, the entire time, all I'm getting is a bunch of static in and out. I'm really not hearing anybody clearly. I'm getting bits and pieces of what the conversations are, and I'm just cutting in and out and in and out. So I'm really not following any of the dialogue here.
Is he on the phone?
Yeah. Are you on the phone? I think he's on the phone.
I'm here.
Oh, we know you're here. We're talking about Rael Bey. He said he can't hear us the entire time.
Yeah, tell him to call into the number. It's gonna be easier.
Yeah, that would be easier.
I mean, I'm getting the sound, but I'm not even getting a complete sentence without a breakup. So I'm really not understanding anything that I'm hearing. I'm just hearing a bunch
Can
of
you
sounds.
call into this number?
Maybe a couple words out of each sentence here and there. So I'm really not getting full sentences or the full conversation. So yeah, I got sound.
Hey, brother, call into the number that's on the screen.
It's really probably the signal and where I am, though.
You probably can't even see the signal.
Right.
You can't see it.
I apologize for the technical difficulties, you guys.
It's gonna get better with time. It's gonna get better with time. It's just so it's
just one of those things that happen when you know, we'll get used to it. We'll figure it out, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
We will.
Like the brother said.
And so if you can call in, Rael Bey, if you can call into the number and the pin, we would.
I'm assuming he's in a hospital.
Are you in a hospital setting?
Okay, hold on. Pin.
Okay. Mr. Universal Knowledge, until he reads the screen and is able to join the conference call, I think your last point you were making, what exactly were you saying?
The 14th Amendment is unconstitutional. And the reason why the 14th Amendment is so important to the people in the United States, because that is the only law that makes you a citizen. And so when Prophet nobledrewali came on the scene, the first thing he said is the 14th Amendment has no validity for Moorish Americans, and neither does the 15th Amendment, which gives us the so-called right to vote. Right. Nobledrewali was able to galvanize his people and had them voting in 1928, 1929 to vote in the first Asiatic into Congress. Oscar de Priest, I believe was his name. Nobledrewali was able to establish voting rights in 1929, long before 1865 Voting Rights Act. How did the Prophet do it? He did it because he understood nationality, he understood birthright, and he understood divine laws versus these man-made, as the brother was saying here, Brother Owl, these de facto laws. See, when nobledrewali set up the Moorish Science Temple, the Vatican of Rome took that same template and made their demonstration off of what the Prophet nobledrewali did. Nobledrewali set up a government within a government with those Moorish Science temples under home rule in Chicago. And what he was able to do is anywhere that there was a Moorish Science temple, you actually had a government, and they was able to govern themselves. You know what I mean? So nobledrewali continued the legacy of the great honorable Mosaic marcusgarvey. You know what I mean? So he switched the flag, went from red, black, and green to just a red flag with a 5-pointed green star in the center, because nobledrewali met with Woodrow Wilson in the White House. And he said, man, I come to get my flag. He said, what flag? He said, the cherry tree that George Washington chopped down. So when you chop down a flag, when you chop down a cherry tree, it meant he was bringing down the flag. That's what that meant.
So are we talking figuratively or literally? We're talking figuratively, right?
It was figuratively.
Okay.
Now, as a little boy, they told us that I cannot tell a lie. George Washington chopped down his father's cherry tree. You got me thinking that he talking about some axe that he went out in the backyard and cut down a cherry tree. It was science in them words. Cutting down a cherry tree is a military term. That's what happens when you defeat another country or a nation. The cherry tree is symbolic of the fez. It's the red cherry.
But can we also talk about how in Quantico by Quantico Base, there's a Marine Corps museum, and they talk about the Marine Corps' first victory was against the Berbers in the late 1700s. Okay, so from the halls of Montezuma, and the shores of Tripoli. That's the song, because that's when they defeated the Moors. So I want to complete the story. So then, what is this claim to the United States? Are we saying that the people that were here were expatriates of the Moroccan Empire and they just never moved? Because not only did the Berbers concede defeat against the United States Marine Corps, but also Morocco was actually recognizing the United States independence before and after the United States Constitution.
Let me explain the genius of Prophet Nobledrewali, and you got to understand the words of art. He says, what is in our questionnaire in our 101s, right? For children, it says this here. What is Prophet Nobledrewali's nationality? The answer is Moorish American. Then it says, what is our nationality? Moorish American. Why are we Moorish American? Because we are descendants of Moroccans, but born in, hold on, descendants of Moroccans, but born in America. See, that's the switch. See, we're not saying that we're not American, and we're not saying that we're not Moroccan. We are a descendant of Moroccans. That's the bloodline. But we born here in America. That's our birthright.
That's a claim. That's a claim. That's claim to the bloodline, though.
But
hold on. But this is the thing. How do you validate it? Your nationality is validated by your genealogy, and your genealogy is validated by your descent nature. See what I'm saying? And your descent nature doesn't change. Whatever your forefathers were, guess what? You are today. So so hold on.
We've been national, and this is the problem that
I got you with this. I got you with this last point. We've been Egyptians. You know what I mean? We've been Egyptians. We've been Egyptians. You know what I mean? But this is what I'm trying to say. Somebody might be in Cali. You might be in Michigan. I might be in Chicago, Illinois. One person might be in Indianapolis. But Big Mama is from Georgia. And every year, people from California, people from Detroit, people from Chicago, people from Illinois, we all meet up at Big Mama's house, and we go where? We go right down there to Atlanta, Georgia. Right? Okay. But the families scatter over millions and millions and millions and millions of years. Right? But the bloodline don't change. So Dr. Ben said, if you take Dr.
Ben Yochanan.
Dr. Ben Yochanan said, if you take some baby bunny rabbits, and you put them in a oven, they don't become biscuits. You know what I mean? They still bunnies. So just because we were war booty or captured, and you brought us from Africa, and you put us over here in the United States, so-called, that don't mean that we not the same bloodline no more.
But nationality and bloodline is different, though. Yeah. Like, that's not the same thing. I understand the bloodline part, and I think that's a major tenet. But nationality is a different thing. Nationality is not.
Okay, I'm gonna break that down to you. I'm gonna break that down to you. What makes a nationality? It's people, it's territory, and it's laws.
And it's time. These are cultural decisions made at a particular time.
Right.
I want to make sure I'm being fair,
and,
brother.
And agreed upon in this day and age, agreed upon by other national sovereignties.
Right. Correct.
Now, let me.
Well, we can scratch all that and go to Black's Law Dictionary. Just solely and just sanguine is the only way you can have a nationality. That kills all that, brother. Just solely and just sanguine.
They don't know what that means.
Okay.
Right?
Blood. I understand. Bloodlit. I understand what he's saying.
Okay. So can we?
But there is also a need for a militarized land for me to be born on too.
Established borders. And so. The definition, when I found the definition of national, it was from travel.state.gov for the Immigration and National Act enacted by Congress. And so under section 101A21, under the INA, we have all citizens, all U.S. citizens are U.S. nationals. But only a small number of U.S. nationals are not citizens, right? And so you have to actually apply for that. And the person, that means that person, even though they are not a citizen in the sense that they are a resident of a state, they are still owing permanent allegiance to the United States.
Well, let me explain some things here. You're not wrong in what you're saying, but we got to do some definitive things. One of the things we got to realize is, why did nobledrewali and Marcus Garvey establish their movement? Why did
I love your
nobledrewali?
dedication, brother. I just want you to know that, man. I love your dedication, man.
It's history.
Okay.
But I'm about to tie some things into what you're talking about.
Okay.
Have you heard of the Freeman's Bureau? And do you know why they had the Freeman's Bureau?
Yes.
Well, okay. What was the Freeman's Bureau about?
The Freeman's Bureau was about having a economic system for Black people because they were shut out of the dominance of society.
Like a transitional. It was supposed to help them.
Right.
A lot went wrong. And I would say that a lot went wrong by design initially.
Right.
Let me explain. Great. You're right. The Freeman's Bureau was established by Abraham Lincoln between the years of 1865 to 1868 to do several things. It was to help us get reestablished back into society because we had been slaves, so-called. Okay. Now, what we have to understand is this. Do you remember when I can't say when you remember because I was born in the 80s. I can't speak for y'all. But Martin Luther King, I don't know everybody's age, so I'm not going to put it age in. Martin Luther King gave a speech and he said, "I've been to the mountaintop and I've seen the promised land." The promised land actually existed. Abraham Lincoln in the Freeman's Bureau, in the 13th Amendment that actually freed us, Abraham Lincoln said that the promised land for the so-called Negro
emancipated
is the Rocky Mountains in the west, the Allegheny Mountains in the east. That was our established boundaries for the Freeman's Bureau, or those boundaries that you're talking about that the Moors was supposed to have. It was already written. And between the years of 1865 and 1868 is when he was assassinated.
Was that the 40 acres and a mule?
Similar to that, but that's what they labeled it.
That's Sherman. That's something different.
Okay.
But it's been a lot of different treaties that have been broken,
But this is the thing, the law still applies. If they ask you if the Emancipation Proclamation is the supreme law of the land, you ask any judge, he'll tell you yes. Now the point I'm trying to make,
but at the time it wasn't. The Emancipation
hold on, big bro.
The Emancipation Proclamation only applied to those areas that the youth was taken over. That's why it took so long for it to go. Let me give you this piece of history, big brother. Let me give you this piece of history. The Emancipation only freed the slaves that was in rebellion. But guess what the caveat was? Abraham Lincoln came with the 13th Amendment with 20 sections. And that 13th Amendment with 20 sections is what freed us nationwide. Now, you're not going to see that 13th Amendment with 20 sections now. With certain exceptions and
hold on, bro. Let me make this point for the viewers.
In certain states either, though.
Let me make this point for the viewers.
It only freed slaves as contraband. It didn't.
Let me make this point for the viewers so they can look it up. Let me make this point for the viewers so they can look it up in history. The 13th Amendment with 20 sections actually exists and it's still legit. Okay. Now, why is the 13th Amendment with 20 sections so important? Because you have to go to section 16 and section 17. When you go to section 16, that's what gives us our land rights. The people that claim to be sovereignty Moors and they want to do all this getting land and houses. Right. That's what the 16th Amendment does. It gives us the right to get the homes. When you go to section 17 of the 1320, that's where it says if any state or nation tries to keep us from getting our rights and getting our freedoms, then it's going to be considered null and void and they can be locked up because Abraham Lincoln already put it in effect. So between the years of 1865 and 1868, we was in Congress. Okay. We was running the South. We Spelman, Hillman, and all those other so-called historical Black colleges. How did they get built? They got built by that money from the Freeman's Bureau. So when nobledrewali set up the Moorish Science Temple, the end game was he said, okay, I see what Abraham Lincoln did. I'm gonna put all that back into effect. You know what I mean? And those was the laws that he was using. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so when we talk about sovereign, right? there's actually, when I looked in Black's Law Dictionary, the second edition, there was actually two different definitions. And so when we use the term sovereignty, I want to just be clear on what we're talking about. The first definition.
I really hate that term too.
The first definition of a sovereign was a chief ruler with supreme power, king or other ruler with limited power. The second definition was a person believing in rights and power of individual who does not trust the government and would like more power in the hands of individuals. This is the actual definition from the Black's Law Dictionary, the second edition. And so when we talk about sovereignty, it's not this obscure abstract term in which we are proclaiming this is my land and these are the rules on my land. It is an actual,
especially given the history of natives that have been pushed off land since since the imperialists came here.
Right.
Well, see, this is what I'm saying. You were naming a lot of good things about.
We're still discussing like this difference between de facto and de jure. There and I respect everything that you laying down. I absolutely,
definitely. I'm looking into
a lot of what we're talking about. It still took a long time for.
Well,
the banks failed. Like the banks failed. Many of the black men who had businesses were slaughtered.
We didn't have a military to back us up.
Red Ledger. They had a military at Fort Negro, at Negro Fort, and it was slaughtered. They were slaughtered. They were bombed by boats. Like a lot of what occurred got pushed back. And I agree. It's mainly because black people didn't have a military. Black people didn't have, they had trained soldiers,
melanated
but family. They got crushed.
Melanated family.
we gonna try.
Now the thing is this.
We're trying.
The thing is this.
Melanated.
We're trying.
The thing is this.
We're trying.
That's all right. It's all right. I'm just teasing because they're gonna see us years later down the line. They're gonna enjoy this dialogue that we having because this is a start of our round table and us coming together to have a positive self-identity and a dialogue. We not against each other. We just putting certain ideas out there.
Just a moment. I don't know if you can hear. Rael Bey is actually on the line. Ron L, same definition in the fourth edition as well. Okay, thank you so much for confirming what my research, Ron L. Appreciate that.
Before I forget my thought.
Okay. What is this question concerning sovereignty? What is the question concerning sovereignty if it isn't pertaining to an individual or an individual nation? Mm-hmm. So what is this question? See, I'm listening to some of the things and I've caught portions of these conversations.
Okay.
And what I'm kind of missing is that we are engulfed in the history of the world as it has been told by the Europeans to conquer. And a lot of the narratives are based on exactly what they put in their history books, which is his story and not actually an accurate account of our history. Many of the things that I heard were on point and accurate, but what we seem to be forgetting and not taking into account is that we are not citizens of the United States. And as the brother pointed out, it is a de facto government and it is a corporation. So we're looking at the entire spectrum of the movement in the way that it was the Moorish movement, and I'm going to speak concerning the Moorish movement in the manner in which we are still dealing in the general laws. Even though we have all this additional information, whether it be accurate or not, we are still not on that straight path to our goal in the movement because of the unity and us being on different pages concerning this new era of time now. So what was will not be anymore. We in a new era of time now. All of these things that we're discussing here today have no saving power. So in order for us to have a successful forum, we should, more than anything else as a movement, focus on those things that have that saving power.
His voice sounds so ominous, man.
That's just what I want to.
Like for real, like he should do radio. Does he do radio?
No, he doesn't do radio. He does have a certain quality to your voice, Rael Bey. And so what you're saying is us pointing to history is not productive for the here and now.
I'm not saying it's not productive in terms of teaching. It's always a productive tool in terms of teaching.
Okay.
I'm saying that basically what I'm saying is that what is the relevance of giving the history when we are having trouble having our people wake up to the unity that we need to exercise as a people?
I think
have some equality and change, because we've watched movements for the past 400 years that have been ineffective because we have not focused on the saving power.
Okay, and so Rael Bey, I think sometimes we conflate unity with uniformity. Sometimes I think that we get into, Black consciousness, whether you guys say Black or not, we gonna try. We trying here. We trying. We are trying. Black
consciousness be melanated though?
Melanated consciousness.
Well,
with melanated consciousness, we're all divided into these gangs, these groups.
I like it like that though. I
don't mind that.
I don't want everybody to be the same.
No,
that
I don't
mean we can't work together
either. I'm saying we have this thing to where we're so divided that when we do come together, we want each other to be each other.
Okay.
Yeah. We don't really want to connect and play to our strengths. We want to connect and conform, and so that's what I think we're trying to work out right now is how can we find common ground? Because I've learned something new today through these brothers here. And I definitely want to look into the 13th Amendment and the other 20 sections. And I definitely want to look into some of the other literature. What we're all trying to get to the common ground is where are the points of agreement? Where are the points?
I don't know if we're all I'm not in disagreement with any of the brothers, really. I think some of the language is interesting, but I don't I do feel like there is this shift that we have where we go from extremely concrete law to very abstract and airy notions of identity, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
I got 2 points I want to make.
Right.
The first thing is clearing up the sovereignty thing. Nobledrewali didn't teach that. People that came into the movement saying they were Moors, they came in and they taught that, and that came from these renegade Europeans that were trying to break away from the system because they found out about the 14th Amendment in the corporation, and a lot of people caused confusion bringing that into the Moorishscience Temple of America. That's not Nobledrewali's teaching sovereignty. I want to say this. We as Moor, I'm speaking for the Moors, it's one nation, but two different jurisdictions. The Moors, we have our jurisdiction, and the European has their jurisdiction. Okay, that's the difference. The Moors, we have our jurisdiction, and the Europeans have theirs, but we came together to form a more perfect union. But when they put us in slavery, they gave us their last name. So you walking around with my last name is Jones, my last name is Alexander, my last name is Johnson, and you holding on to that, knowing that you steal the property of the slave master of the plantation you came from. So when Nobledrewali came, he said, look, man, I'm gonna tell you how they put us in the trick bag. Like if you take your name Johnson or your name Smith, they took that in the Library of Congress and put 1356789 on it to show what plantation you come from for cargo. So when they got ready to set us free, it's a dollar amount on it. So Nobledrewali was like, don't get rid of your slave name and put an X on it or change your name to Abdullah Suleiman. Keep your slave name, but annex that ill or that bay on there so we know what plantation you come from. So when we make the European pay us back in this compound interest, then it's a little dollar amount attached to that joint. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why that's why you see us with the L or name of Johnson and Bay, because that shows that the Europeans still owe us a debt. You know what I'm saying? So it's one jurisdiction, it's two jurisdictions, but it's one nation. That's why we say we Moorish Americans. So we not sovereign. We love the United States, but we talking about the said government when Abraham Lincoln had it. But once they killed Abraham Lincoln, they did the flip flop, and then they bankrupted the government and disrupted it and took all the gold out and put this corporation in 1933 with the New Deal. That's not what we own. We want the government that was established by our ancestors. We want that de jure government. You know what I mean? Where the money was backed by gold and silver.
Let me just interrupt you for a minute, because you're speaking for Moorish Americans, as Moorish American nationalism. We are all the same, in the same frame of mind concerning being a part of the United States corporation, which I call a corporation, and you would say that under the membership that you are a citizen of USA. Is that correct, or am I mistaken?
Well, you're correct, but the prophet said the said government, and you have to understand the difference between the said government and the government that was set up in the New Deal in 1933. So you're not wrong, but you got to understand the language that the prophet used. That's why he said the 14th and 15th Amendment are not applicable to us. So if the 14th Amendment,
I understand all of these things clearly, but it's the interpretation in which I'm attempting to discuss here with you. I mean,
I understand, brother. I understand clearly what you're saying, but for the other viewers,
Don't interrupt. Let's everybody talk when they talk.
My mistake. Continue.
Oh no, go ahead, Rael Bay. We're gonna let you go ahead, brother. We want you to talk.
Okay, I was just saying that he sounds like the brother Ed Neely, so he has the science of the Moors down pat. But what he's missing is that, and he may not agree with this, is that you are exercising the general laws. Now, see, the prophet nobledrewali has been misinterpreted throughout the entire time of the movement concerning his power and what he brought to us as a prophet, so that he can save us from the wrath of Allah. Now, the duty of a prophet is to save nations, not people, not individuals, not corporations, and definitely not organizations. So from 1934 on, the MSTA was basically infiltrated by the rules and regulations at C. Kirkman Bay. So many of these things stopped to progress, and the unfoldment of the Moors pretty much turned stagnant into the year 2000. So when we speak concerning the stagnation of it, the growth in terms of the information that they continue to acquire and teach to others is still intact. But the unfoldment from the general laws to the supreme law is something that was missing by many of the Moors that were in the temples. And this is what I just wanted to express concerning the United States Corporation, because the prophet never brought that. He never said that we were U.S. citizens. That's a misconception.
that I agree. Now, this last point I want to make, and this is just for the viewers.
Hold on, more.
Malik Deshaun wants something to say.
Well, you said the prophet never said we were U.S. citizens.
We were citizens of the USA. He never put us back into the Roman yoke of the oppressor. What he came out of.
What he said is we are part and parcel of this said government and must obey the laws.
Yeah, he did say that. Yeah, he said that in the Circle 7.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
So like,
obey the laws of the land.
Flashing your cars at European, it only causes confusion. That's what he said.
He said that concerning the general law.
But you got to break down what the USA is.
Moorish Science Temple, what is the purpose of the Moorish Science Temple government?
No, brother, not just under the laws of the Moorish Science Temple. He said the flag, the laws of this said government. We are part and part with the flag, brother. That's why we got the flag in the meeting.
But Islam more, that's another show, Mo. That's another show.
The flag that he was holding in adversity in 1928, Is that flag? Is that flag?
But see, this is what I'm talking about. Like,
No, this is
even
another show, Mo.
different organizations, there are factions.
Right.
Like there is there's Temple 28, and then there's Temple number 1, and then there are different different understandings and different things that happen. History occurred with people. Things happen,
Right.
And so there's going to be I don't want to say bad blood, but there are going to be understandings that have to be respected in a really serious way, because it caused a direction shift.
Right.
And I think sometimes when we force unity, we disrespect those direction shifts and things that people have to we have to honor.
Exactly. And so, from what I know, right, I think the only criticism I have about the Moorish idea is that Europeans can tag on L to the last name or Bey, and they would be considered Moorish Americans as well. I've actually seen Caucasians enter into courtrooms using -L or Bey.
Let me explain.
And so for me, the inclusion. Okay, hold on. Sign. And
Let
so
me
for
explain.
me,
No, I'm just
the inclusion of the oppressor within that same ideology kind of defeats the entire purpose of mentioning a bloodline, of mentioning that we are all, trying to get back what is owed to us. If anybody can hop in, pay their dues, tag on L or Bey to the last name, show up in court and say, tickets disappear, and they get the same treatment as anyone, a melanated person in a fez, then what is the whole point of this?
Let me explain to you briefly. Nobledrewali.
I know, but it is for me. For me, it is.
Let me explain it real quick.
For society, it is.
Let me explain. Let me explain.
It is.
Remember nationality, the land you were born in, or the blood of your parents. And we talking about nationality. We're not talking about a complexion. A European can very well be a Moorish American.
That's right.
Born in the land.
That's
the
right.
Irish are many Irish are.
It's not. It's about law. You know what I'm saying? And that's where the misconception comes in.
For me, right, if we're going to talk about reparations, and then someone who is not remotely melanated, and their ancestors would not remotely be involved in the hard labor and the psychological trauma passed down for generations, like myself, like my nieces, like my nephews, like my grandmother, like my great-grandmother. If somebody can cop in and co-opt my movement and getting justice, reparations is not just a discussion about money. It's not just a discussion about land. We're talking about an ultimate idea that America is supposed to be founded upon for justice. And if someone else can claim my so-called birthright, we have to discuss this.
I can explain it to you. Let me explain it.
Complexion is all is what it's all about.
Okay, well, let me explain it. Let me explain it. The genius of Abraham Lincoln is he said you cannot take a person's property without just compensation. What you have to understand is that when Abraham Lincoln set up the Freedmen's Bureau, it was set up to where once the Negro, so-called Negro, was freed, he was to get compensated between the Rocky Mountains and the Allegheny Mountains, and he was supposed to be given $100. The European, for setting us free, was supposed to be compensated because we were his so-called property. He was to be given $300.
Right.
That was the agreement in the Freedmen's Bureau. Well, what happened is they killed Abraham Lincoln in 1868. So all them other Europeans didn't get paid. So what happened was they said, well, the only good Negro is a dead Negro. So they went on ahead and put on them Ku Klux Klan suits and said, well, you're going to free the Negro and did not pay me my $300. I kill him first. That's what happened. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why Marcus Garvey was able to go down there, and Elijah Muhammad was able to go down there and sit with the Ku Klux Klan and talk to them and discuss certain things that happened in history. So it is important that we understand our history, but we got to understand those gaps of history that we don't know about. So the other concept is the proof that we are that we know that we are Moors is because in any of the old dictionaries it says black a Moor.
Yeah,
and hold on. But this is I ain't gonna say nothing else after the whole meeting. Y'all can have it. Black is the adjective. Black is the adjective. I got you. Okay. But Moor is the proper noun. And we are the only nation of people that got black and Negro on our birth certificates. And everybody else is Irish, English. You got a French poodle, a German chocolate cake, but we just black. That's how you know we Moors. Because anybody that claims to be black, they stripped us. So who gets the reparations? They say they can't give us reparations because it's been so long. All you got to do is look at their birth certificate and social security number. And anybody that got black or Negro or African American on it, you know they had to been a former Moor because that's how they stripped us.
Right.
Black is the adjective, but Moor is the proper noun. Nobody wants to talk about that. So if we was black now, why can't we be Moor now? You know what I'm saying?
Was that you, Rael Bey, that was saying something, or was it Ron L? Okay, Rael Bey.
I wanted to bring up that point that we were denationalized at birth. So basically, this is a lot of the things that I see that a lot of the Moors are missing, and a lot of our people, just in general, us Asiatics as a people in this situation of oppression, we don't seem to realize that there is a solution, but we're exercising everything outside of the solution. We were denationalized at birth. Denationalization is an international crime. So we're looking at everything else concerning getting equality and reparations, and none of this is ever going to happen. First and foremost, it's never going to happen under the names that they've given us, these names that delude to slavery. And the only way that they can ever become reality is if you unite and use that power of self-determination and succession. Now, I don't understand why people can't get that point when everything else has been tried.
That's right, brother. That's right.
Okay, and so I think we still haven't answered the question of how people who aren't melanated whatsoever and don't come from a lineage of people who were oppressed can still co-opt your movement. I don't think we properly addressed that.
I just answered that for you. I just answered.
And also, you keep this in mind. Let me just ask this: every meeting about Islam. So it doesn't matter what face, what color, and the prophet will tell you straight up off the bat. If you think that you can tell what that person is by
looking at him,
because the only thing that's changed with the Moors is the hue of their skin. So we have
but she said, but that's what she asked. She said she said people who are not from a particular bloodline. She didn't say complexion. She said from a particular bloodline.
I'm trying not to use the word black, but if I have to use the word black to describe the bloodline, then I'll go back to black. Because you're trying to say it's about a thing of complexion. I try to stay within the confines of not saying the word black. I don't think it's really hitting home. That bloodline, my grandmother was highly melanated, and that wasn't because she was considered Caucasian. My great grandmother, highly melanated, not because she was Caucasian.
But my sister, I don't think you really understand. When they ended slavery, so-called in 1865, the Europeans got jacked as well as us. Does that not make sense?
I don't look at it like that.
It doesn't make sense to me. No, it does. I don't feel like
that's how the French got the Haiti. That's how the French got the Haiti.
Let me say this. No, Abraham Lincoln already set it up.
My ancestors were kidnapped and forced into labor.
Right.
Not all of them, but way too many of them. And the ones that we are talking about, whatever you lost when my ancestors decided to fight back and leave, that's on you, dog. You should have never had kidnapped people working for you.
Exactly.
Well, see, this is the thing. There were only 13 families that got paid out of slavery. The rest of them, when they set us free, so-called, them other European families didn't get paid.
And that's how you take your losses.
So the concept
I
is
don't think
You
families
don't
should
be a
have been paid.
loser.
Like
You don't get to be a loser and win money. Like that. I don't get what
like I don't support bailouts.
Right.
Not for corporations and at that level that would have been a corporation, a southern plantation or a northern one.
I
there
mean,
were northern plantations
I
as
get
well.
it.
These that's a bailout, and I don't support that. I can't look at it like that, and I refuse to.
Listen. You sister, you talking about reparations. You would never get reparations as long as you call yourself black and allude to the names of slavery. You're a beggar nation of people. You'll never get recognition. You'll never be recognized by.
Would you consider the Cherokee beggars? Would you consider
or the Jews?
Yeah,
their 14th Amendment. 14th Amendment. Their 14th Amendment.
But the difference is they have a flag. There is no black flag.
RBG. Red, black, and green.
There's no black flag.
Listen, I don't think she understands.
I don't agree with that part. If he would have said like we don't have a military, then I would agree with it. Like I only believe that
we got Rob Bates speaking.
I don't. Okay, what I'm hearing, the Moorish Americans have no UN resolution either.
Actually, the Moorish Americans had acknowledgement by the United Nations to be recognized as a member state.
Which resolution? What is the resolution number?
Absolutely.
Which is the resolution number?
And not as an NGO, but as a government waiting as acknowledged.
I need the resolution number.
We'll get it to you. We'll get it to you.
I need the resolution number. Because
the other thing is, my sister,
if the Japanese couldn't escape internment camps.
Hold on.
If the Arabs couldn't escape internment camps, I really doubt that.
This is the thing.
That anything is really protecting you as a whatever the language is. Like
any African country don't call themselves black. They call themselves Mali, Niger, Chad, Sudan.
We don't have that
call
luxury.
themselves by their nation. Same
we don't
thing
have that luxury.
But that's the kicker. That's why the Prophet Nobledrewali came and told us who we was. Everybody else
was the first Moorish American. Then technically he was the first Moorish American in 1930.
No, he was not. No, he was not. The first Moorish American was Ruth the Moabitess in the Bible.
Who?
He was actually the first Moorish American.
A Moorish American
from the Pan American Conference.
So,
can you repeat that name so I can type it in?
In 1928. So we really have to pay attention to our prophet, because we out here doing everything in the world concerning basically getting information and finding out what we should be doing. But we looking at every European this, European that, but we negating our prophet. You know what I'm saying? The one that came to do the work for us. We literally are looking past him when he has all the answers for us. I don't understand that part.
So the first Moorish American, what was that name?
What do you mean?
Kush, Ethiopia, Kush. Old man Kush.
Are you talking about Hindi Kush?
I'm talking about Kush.
They were not Islamic.
No, don't get. See, this is the thing. That's religion.
Because I know, but I'm trying to specify what it is. Because when we talk about history and we're talking about something, it's not open to interpretation. Either it happened or it didn't happen.
Objective
Either
reality.
the information is available or it's not available.
You know, the first Moorish Americans were trading before 1492. They were moving back and forth from the shores of the Caribbean.
Would they be considered the Berbers? Would those people be considered the Berbers? Would those people be considered the Berbers?
Those were Moroccans.
They would not be.
Okay, so
no, not at all.
You're talking about tradespeople in Mississippi.
Let me say something. When you mention the word Berber, Berbers were like the light-skinned Arabian mix. Berber is not a true African. They were like mulattoes. That's why I held up this book here. That's why I held up this book.
Berber is another name given by Europeans.
I'm sorry. Are we
all of these more is a European word though. Like all of these words are European. All of these are European.
Are we using the term mulatto? Are we using the term mulatto?
I
Because
did, but
mulatto.
I have to make a distinction, because it's like when you say Berber,
But we
that's
are
like,
talking about Northern Africa. All of those people in Northern Africa are going to look like that because of the Mediterranean Sea. There was a trade route with those people,
Right.
and there was a lot of from Rome and Greece and all of that. Those people have been mixing, and they are the Semitic people.
Right.
When we talk about the Moorish heritage, when we talk about Al-Andalus, we are talking about people who will be mixed with Semitic bloodlines. And so like, you've confused me, universal knowledge. Like, I thought we was on the same page, but now, like, with like those people, of course they're mixed. They're in North Africa, you know, like that's what happened there.
well, I didn't mean to confuse you. I didn't mean to confuse you.
If we are the descendants of the ancient Moabites and Canaanites, why wouldn't we go back far enough to understand exactly where the origins where they lie, so we can actually stop all of these additional names that came as we migrated.
So we're using biblical terms. Biblical terms.
Many names, and Africa is a very large place,
right?
And many of us came from various different like we're talking as if we're talking about 10 years,
right?
We're talking about millennia, many thousands of years,
right?
So think about how many things you've done in your lifetime. Think about all the women who have been with all the dudes, and all the dudes who have been with all the women in just your lifetime. Now traverse that over thousands. People crossed an entire continent. Blood got shipped. Africa has the world's most arrays of different genetic encodings. Like, it's a lot of there's a lot of different variations of Black people on the continent of Africa. We all didn't just come from the same bloodline.
Well, we got to go back to the original statement I made when I said we're one human race, but the human race is subdivided into two groups. You're either a melanated Asiatic or you're a European, and that's just a fact. You either come from the Caucasus.
There were Europeans that were melanated at one point. Oh, Malik, are you there? I think Malik is gone.
You have to understand the difference between being melanated and being a European.
But okay, let's go back to the Berbers. Okay, the Berbers were melanated.
They were.
Okay. All right. So, okay, the Berbers were melanated. And so what we're trying to get to the standpoint is, I'm with you 1,000%. If we can get a UN resolution and, hey.
I got to have a back conversation with you, because you got to understand that the United Nations, they're a 501c3. Do you understand the dynamics of a 501c3?
I know, it's a nonprofit.
Do you understand that with a 501c3 non-for-profit, they can't do anything political? It goes against their bylaws.
They are 1,000% political.
Yeah,
well,
They're 1,000. Yeah, they got military. The UN has military forces.
Yeah, they have. UN.
They can't do much against NATO, but against various other places, they have acted with military might.
Definitely.
Well, I would just encourage you to look up the bylaws of a 501c3.
I don't think that like my statement would be, I don't think that, like, I'm in agreement with you. I just don't agree with all of the reasoning. I absolutely agree that the UN probably, like, even Malcolm went to the UN. Like, I'm not quite sure that the UN. When Mike Brown got assassinated, they went to the UN. His mom, his daddy, Tef Poe. I think Ashley Yates went too. Like a lot of people have gone to the UN to plead the case of Black America throughout the centuries.
Right.
I don't see anything occurring, but not because of that.
Thing. You said Black America, and in the year 1900, they came out with a case. It's okay. I'm not beating you up on it. In the year 1900, they came out with a case.
Is it semantic though?
Listen, they came out with a case called Negro the Beast. And in this case, it's called Negro the Beast in the year 1900. They said that the Negro has no rights. And then they furthered it with the Dred Scott decision. The Negro has no rights that the European has to respect. But notice a Negro is one thing, but a European is a nation. So you have to understand.
European is not a nation. European is not a nation.
They are a subcontinent.
Europe is not a nation.
Europe is a subcontinent. They have
like,
a union.
Right. It's a subcontinent. They can classify it as a continent, but I would go with subcontinent. I like that.
It's a peninsula, but what I'm saying is this: we're having a hard time in our mind psychologically because we feel like if we don't call ourselves Black, we're losing a positive self-identity. Because I
don't feel that way. Like it's just a thing. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't hinder my vibration, and it doesn't have much more legal significance as I see it. Morocco's not coming to save me.
Well, let me say this. You said something that was very important. You said that Black doesn't have legal significance.
Okay, so
hold on. Let me make this point. You said that Black doesn't have legal significance as you see it. The Prophet nobledrewali said, "Go to those who know law and speak to them in an intelligent tone, and they will give you a honorable reply." Okay. So my thing is this: if you think that Black doesn't have any legal significance, go to those who know law and ask them, is there a difference between being Black legally in law? Is there any legal ramifications? Or do I need to have a nationality so I'm no longer a stateless person?
So are we speaking of Black codes?
There you go, 1724, the Christian Black codes.
So
yeah, I didn't say as I see it. I see it as it is today in this era. It's not much difference between me being Black and me labeling myself.
The fact that all of this is law. All of this is international law. They contract with you when the moment that they walk up to you and start opening their mouth. See, we are in a system that basically uses us as if we are on the seas and both feet are firmly planted on land, and we're going by military tribunals, admiralty, maritime law, and the corporate constitution, which is not really the constitution for the natural man. It is for the corporate person.
Maritime law. Understood. My point is, and I don't want to get too semantic here, but the point that I'm making is this: my labeling myself Black, or versus me labeling myself or claiming a nation that I actually don't have any
cultural ties.
Or legal. Let's just say legal. I don't have legal ties to. I'm not a citizen of any other country. I'm a resident here. I try to be careful with that word too. I'm a resident here. I pay taxes here. Let me put it like that.
I am an inhabitant of the planet Earth.
What's wrong with being a descendant of a Moroccan? Do you guys?
Nothing's wrong with being a descendant of a Moroccan. It just doesn't have any value in this particular conversation.
You know what? There is something wrong with it, and the reason why you people do not understand that there's something wrong with it is because you haven't had no real interaction with the authorities concerning these matters. If you have never had the authorities across you because of your status of a subject under U.S. law, then you don't know what you are saying.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
What is your experience?
I had to fight them on their territory and in their tribunals and courts.
Okay, Rael Bey, what is your experience in having to fight against the term Black?
One moment, please.
Okay. All right. And so I see it as this, right? I don't think the white man cares about rules, laws, anything else. I think they see it. It is what it is. They see us as subordinate. They see us as subhuman, and they don't give a fuck, regardless. Sorry, excuse me, my language. They don't care. I don't think if we got a UN resolution tomorrow that it would stop the next George Floyd. I don't think if we got a new constitutional amendment that they would see us any differently. I
do like the direction though. I think the idea of
Free
nationality
national
is
being,
very
a
important,
free
but I
national
just don't
being,
see
by exercising free
having
national
that.
standards is seen different on an international level. This is what we don't understand, because we are exercising the principles that we are exercising now. Nobody is ever going to take us seriously. Now, if we had, for example, that million-man march of the people running around talking about they were black, and 1 million people assembled and they were Moorish American under the same constitution, the same flag, we would change the situation overnight. Period. All of it.
Well, we would need land and a heavy militia and you know a hell of a lot of financial backing from somebody.
We have allies in the whole country of Switzerland. Do you not know that?
You got them on you got their contact number. Shoot me their contact number.
Where are they?
I told you they had a 50-year mandate.
Send me the contact number. You got them on speed dial or something? Because we're talking about very abstract things, gentlemen, and you're saying it with a lot of force. And I respect.
Let me say this, brother Al.
I respect
Brother Al wants to say something. Mr. Universal Knowledge would like to say something, brother.
Malcolm X, El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, and his genius said this. He said, "We're not outnumbered." He said, "We're just out organized."
I agree. I agree.
We are not organized among ourselves,
right.
And that's the reason why we're having the issues that we're having. But nationality is
wait, hold up, because you just said two different things. There's a difference between being out something and not having it at all. I think black people have a lot of different organizations. I think black families are extremely strong. I do not believe in any of the myths that are propagated. The problem is that we are out-manned and out-organized. The people that we are discussing, at least in the United States of America, it's a whole lot more of them, and they've been free. They've had room to organize and build institutions and amass weapons in a way that we have not, and really in a way that Africa has not in a lot of ways.
Right.
The point is that two things. The brothers are making a point.
Okay.
We seriously have to understand what is nationality, and how does nationality apply, right?
Okay.
And the thing is, going back to what we said before, the miseducation of the Negro, we've been miseducated.
Definitely.
So we're running around calling ourselves Black, Negro, African American, and we don't realize
that the miseducation.
That yes, that is the miseducation.
When did that miseducation occur? Did it occur when we were being sold by the Dahomey? Did it occur when we were being sold by the Moroccos? When did this miseducation occur?
Well, the Prophet nobledrewali said it occurred when we strayed.
Who is the we that strayed?
We strayed after the gods of Europe, whom we knew nothing, and we fell. When did this occur? Because every nation in every group of people on the continent of Africa did not worship the European gods or the Arab ones. I honest. Go ahead, brother.
Goes way back a whole lot further than that.
Deshaun.
So is this like and this is the only problem that I have with the religious part of the conversation? Like I don't buy into the whole Hamitic curse thing. You know, a lot of decisions got made by a lot of people. A lot of people fell victim to greed. A lot of militaries just failed because they weren't strong enough. And that's really how the course of history typically works.
When I say we strayed after the gods of Europe,
as far as spiritual things, and even if we're talking about at the psychological level, many from Kush to many nations had a convergence, so to speak, that didn't stop them from being powerful or selling their own people either. Europe had many. Rome had conversions. That's how they became. They didn't start as Christians,
right? Yeah,
Greece had conversions.
Definitely.
The Irish had conversions.
And even my history goes back further than 600 AD.
Right.
Let me just say this about the miseducation and all that you are grasping in this conversation. Because as far as our miseducation, that goes back to us not being able to teach. And then in addition, and I'm talking about the earliest days, that you can pick any portion in history at time, and it'll be applicable to that situation. And when you start basically talking about you as a religious person, we don't know our essence. And this is part of the problem. We are so embedded in the flesh that we can only exercise our carnal essence. We are not connected to the spirit. We don't even realize our full.
Who is we? Who is we? Who is we? Who is we? Who is we?
Asiatics in America.
I'm gonna need some names because that's a whole lot of people, man. We talking about millions of people, man.
Exactly.
Like all of those people aren't lost. All of those people aren't disconnected from their spirit. I refuse to believe that. I'm not disconnected from my spirit. I'm disconnected from a lot of guns.
You do. Okay, but this is what I'm saying. Okay, so you're disconnected from the spirit, but aren't you one of the ones that consistently? I'm not
disconnected. I'm not disconnected from my spirit. I'm not disconnected from my spirit.
No.
That's not my spirituality, and my spirit is not the problem.
The spirituality and your spirit is what now?
I said I'm not disconnected from my spirit. Spirituality is not the problem here.
Spirituality is not the problem.
Spirituality is not the problem. Not for most of us. Not for most of us. Most Black people, whether they know it or not, are practicing forms of the religions that they were practicing in Africa.
You didn't even refer to that portion of the reply. So if you want to speak on it, please go right ahead.
Are you disconnected?
What happened? Did he?
I'm texting with Universal Knowledge right now to see if he's trying now. He said he's trying now.
Say what you were saying again, brother.
I apologize for interrupting you.
I mean, it really, and this is the point I'm trying to make. It really comes down to thought being the cause of it all. Our conditions are basically because of our thinking. And if that's not a direct connection, what is?
Yeah. I mean, thought is the cause. That's a tautology, though, and I respect it. It was fly when I heard it the first time when I was a child, and it's still kind of fly to me. The concern that I have is that there's a particular kind of there are a set of historical activities that occurred, and it's not just a spiritual thing.
Okay.
Well, actually.
It's not because we're not practicing particular religions. It's not because those people when we look at a lot of the narratives, especially those who were fresh off of the boats, all of them are talking well, not all of them, but many, especially those who weren't practicing Islam or Christianity, they're talking about different forms of of worship, the Dagon and all of these different people. They were also snatched. They were still practicing their original. They were still practicing a different form. They weren't practicing a European. The Europeans didn't even know what they had. And do you understand what I'm suggesting here?
Did y'all see where I said gold, oil, and drugs?
Oh yeah, I posted it actually, right there.
You know what I mean? So right. I don't mean they wasn't bound down.
But yeah, and that's a good point. There were I would say more alcohol and tobacco was what got the African
cotton,
kings
man,
and queens.
Cotton, bro, cotton.
Well, they weren't trading cotton in Africa though.
Well, this is the thing. It was the transit.
The problem that I have with the conversation is all we're doing is saying that it's us Black people. The reason why we got snatched by the European is because we turned our backs on God in Africa. But that's absolutely incorrect. That didn't.
It was the transatlantic Arab slave trade, bro. The transatlantic Arab slave trade.
So you're trying to say that you do not believe slavery is a divine intervention? You don't believe that?
No, definitely not. I wouldn't say that
Yeah, I try to be
my
careful
great
with language
grandmother
like that.
being raped was divine.
And if it is, then I have to say fuck your God. Then God is my enemy. If rape is an intervention, if rape is a tool by this God, then I have a problem with it.
See, and I mean, not one of you understood what I was saying when I mentioned that cardinal answer. That thing that we are engulfed in here in the flesh. The reason why we have some problems concerning that conversation about the spirit in general.
Okay, so
Lower self, higher self.
Yeah, and dense vibration and not so dense vibrations. All of this is really fly conversation, guys. But it still neglects the responsibility, and this is the problem that we have with the conversation about paying Europeans for us getting a form of liberation. You don't see that as a very dangerous set of ideas. This whole Hermetic line of thinking is very dangerous. This belief that God is somehow training us for heaven or whatever, we're being our spirits are being refined through slavery. Really? Okay.
What hold on. Let me say something. You have to realize at the essence of it, we are spiritual beings going through a human experience.
You don't have to explain that to me.
So understand that we are looking at man and woman from the inside out, not from the outside in. Right. And so what I can't speak for the brother.
Who is we?
Rael Bay. I can't speak for him, but I say I'm trying to interpret what the brother was saying. He's talking about the cardinal essence. We have fallen so low as a nation of people. The Caucasian.
Who is we? Who is we? Who is we?
The whole world, the whole society right now.
And they've fallen from what? They've fallen from.
Hold on. Let me
man.
Let me make my point. Because Prophet Nobledrewali said the problem with the world today is more spiritual and moral than anything else. So we have a moral problem and we have a spiritual problem. We have taken the focus off the harmonies of life. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. We have taken the focus off of justice, mercy, love, and right, and we've placed it on Instagram thoughts. We've placed it on Facebook likes. We've placed it on the material, carnal nature of things, and we've taken it away from
God.
We've taken it away. What is our purpose for being here? The whole earth and the world is a school, right? So each one of us is this meeting that we having today was designed by the universe. Whatever name you want to put on it, you understand what I'm saying? It was all destined for us to meet for a reason. Now, 10 to 15, 20 years on down the line, we're going to find out why we met this day and why we having this particular conversation. But we all should be trying to evolve to something greater, something more than just this physical fleshly nature that we're in. But we desire the flesh. You know, men are constantly working out their muscles to look bigger and look good for the woman that's trying to fluctuate her breast and lips and behind or whatever the case may be. WAP. You understand what I'm saying? That's the environment that we are in right now. That's
human experience.
Yeah.
That's part of the human experience. That's part of connecting sexually is part of the divine connection between polarities, though.
But is it not? Is it not an experience? And is it not a function of a society? How long will a society last if they're not having sex?
I understand that, but see, in ancient times, we knew when to have sex based on astrotheology.
What ancient times?
Okay, the ancient times of Al-Kebalan and Kemet. When
Kemet had sex gods.
Right, several.
Let me explain. Let me explain. You got the Temple of Man.
You
Okay.
gotta do a channel, and it's gotta be called "Let Me Explain."
No.
Like that gotta be your next handle on your next social media.
Hey, I
promise
got
you,
you, family.
let me explain. It
And you
gotta
know,
be,
I took that from my brother Moorish World because he had me with that, and I just used it. But the concept is sex is a very sacred thing. And in the ancient times, when they prepared men and women to go into the priesthood, it was based on their astrology signs and things of that nature. And then they would look at the child, the man and the woman, and figure out how they wanted them to mate based on the season. Now you just looking and seeing, oh, she looks good or he looks good, and then y'all just sleeping in the bed
Sometimes
together.
it's just that. Sometimes it's just that.
And you
Just that. Sometimes
but that doesn't.
you have
What I'm saying is
a physical need that needs to be met. Just like when you're hungry, you need to eat. Just like your hormones control most of that type of behavior.
Yeah, but what they've done is we're eating non-organic food.
Human touch is a physical need. Human touch is a physical need.
But my sister, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. Okay. Everything. When you are fully 360 degrees aware of your spirit, mind, and body, you just don't act off emotions. Law governs everything. And what we're doing right now
but if they do it off of hormones, that is part of the divine universe making it happen.
When you have genetically modified foods and chemtrails
for a reason.
When you have genetically modified food and chemtrails, and they doing things with the music, this is one thing the brother Chuck D talked about. He talked about you got to understand the German art of warfare, and one of the things that the Germans did when they took over, when they were fighting the Polish and things of that nature, they took over the radio, the TV, television, and the newspapers. You know what I mean? So you have to understand the art of warfare, of what they're doing to the music and how they subliminally suggesting all this stuff to these flat screen TVs with these
hypersexualization is another conversation. Yes.
But this is what I'm saying. This is all to keep us on a low vibration. Okay. So when it's time for us to have conversations like this, we sucking down high fructose corn syrup. We sucking down yellow 5-dye. Not realizing the effects that all this stuff has in our melanin, not realizing how this has psychological effects on you, could cause you to have attention deficit disorder, whatever the case may be. So go ahead, brother.
But most black people are religious people, though. Most black people have an ideology that skews towards respectability.
Definitely.
I agree with much of what's being said. I just feel like we do have a tendency to lean too much on this kind of,
we get it. We're in this position because we're bad and we deserve it. That sounds like very similar to when people who are in abusive relationships. We've been in an abusive relationship with these white people for centuries now.
Or the state itself.
Exactly.
But you want to know what the problem is? We make $9 trillion a year, but we won't spend with one another. We make $9 trillion a year.
The last thing you tell someone in an abusive relationship is to love your abuser more. Is that you deserve this treatment because you were bad. And the last thing you tell them is to love their abuser more. And the last thing you tell them is they deserved it. They did something to deserve that treatment. What you do is you get them out of that situation and you find a way to repair so they can heal. This is what the conversation is really about. How did we get here and how can we heal?
Well, see, this is the thing. You had people like marcusgarvey, Elijah Muhammad, and nobledrewali said we all need to separate. And then once we separate, then we can build our own economy.
Hey, you might be onto something. I'm game. Right. Let's talk about it.
So, but the concept is once we separate and once we build our own economy, we still got to have morals, rules, and guidelines.
We're currently segregated in the United States. In
Say what
every
now?
major city, they've proven that we're still pretty much segregated, similarly to.
I mean, the redlining, stacking,
Still,
cracking, and packing, whatever the case may be.
we're already segregated.
Right. But this is the point. Until we learn how to stop the financial coonery, right? Floyd Mayweather spending $900 million on Bentleys and gold watches and things
That's
of that
his money. I can't control how he spends his money. I can only.
But this is what I'm saying. When you got
like-minded,
but listen,
Floyd Mayweather is like-minded.
But listen to what I'm saying. When you have billionaires in our community that look like us,
right?
And they
How many
can't.
billionaires do we have in the community, though?
We got a lot. Basketball. How many football players is
Billionaires?
professional football players, basketball players, athletes, actors, doctors, singers, and they can't build one grocery store. They can't build
billionaires, though. And
Puff is one. Dr. Dre's another. He's not going to be pretty soon. He's getting divorced. Maybe Tiger Woods, Oprah. I'm trying to think of.
Can I point out something that we just aren't taking into consideration? I mean,
none of them people are in the community.
Hold on, the brother's speaking.
Because if we have a majority of the people that are, really one nation under another man's government that should unite and should have done this since 1865 and started and form their own government. But we were still beat over the head to do it at that point. So now that we recognize that this is really the only solution, why is it that we have so many Asiatic people under the guise of African American, Negro, and Black, but we can't recognize that they are not really being themselves? So who are they? They are the people that they were made by. These are literally Europeans because in Asiatic skins, because their thinking is based upon what they were indoctrinated to think, because all information and education comes through the United States Corporation. And if you hadn't went out to try to find anything concerning specialized knowledge or your heritage and getting that specific information and education, you don't really know anything other than what you've been taught. So really, we have a whole bunch of people running around here in Asiatic form and melanated, and they are literally Europeans by their thinking, by their actions and their deeds, and they know no better because they're not being themselves. And when the Moors come and try to tell them and teach them to be themselves, this is what we get. Constantly looking at the United States corporations and trying to get a portion of what they got instead of stepping off and building their own.
I completely agree with that. We should be independent.
I disagree.
I think we should be independent. I think we should be independent. I'm not saying.
I think certain groups of people can be independent. I absolutely agree with that. But I also think that they can be independent while also getting money. The Jews
get their reparations. Yes,
we've seen a number of groups do it.
We're entitled to it.
And I disagree with this idea that somehow what's going on somehow what's going on the continent of Africa is somehow more Black than what's occurred here. There are a lot of forms of behavior that are pronounced in a very Black way. Even things that we do here that like no other group of people is doing. Every form of art that we have developed here has been ours. Sure, it might have been slightly influenced by various cultures that we ran into and that we interacted with. Of course, we acculturated. We were supposed to. That's what you have. That's what you do when you adapt, and you adapt well. And that's what Africans, for lack of a better word here, that's what we do. We adapt very well. But to say that we're Europeans, what European nation created hip hop, jazz, hip-hop?
Right. And so
listen, when I say you are European thinkers, meaning that you are what you were made. The Europeans made.
Isn't creation thought though? Isn't creation thought? Isn't the function of creation?
But he's talking about as far as family life, and economicals.
Our family lives are vary. Some of us, there are African. I have a wife and I have a son.
Right. And
That's my family. That's my family. You have families like that in Nigeria. I know because I didn't met some.
right.
Who has a wife? And where were you married at? Under whose law were you married?
It don't matter who motherfucking law I was married. I'm married.
No,
Somebody
it
come
doesn't.
into this house and fuck with me. I bet you they find out how married I am.
That's the thing that you don't understand. You're not married.
No, I
because
understand
you are
very well. I understand very well.
your
Let's tread lightly. Let's tread lightly on this conversation.
Okay. And so what I'm getting out of the conversation is that if we don't claim to be Moorish American, we will not be liberated.
You got it.
Okay. So the scenario.
Exactly.
Let's get to this scenario. UN resolution. We're liberated. We get our land. United States government decides to renege on their treaty with us like they did every other national here and move us to some piece of shit reservation and cut our budget in half.
And give us a casino.
This is a realistic scenario.
All right, listen.
Are we going back to the UN? Are we drawing up new papers?
Yeah.
Are we going to the courthouse?
Listen.
Well,
You're thinking of scenarios that aren't even really possible.
No, these are plausible because they happened several times, hundreds of times, broken treaties, redone agreements.
well, I'll say this.
At this point, we are watching the prophecies be fulfilled. And one of the prophecies is that every nation will turn against the United States. And if you do not see that as it is occurring right here and now, that's
inevitable. That's inevitable. Every empire falls. That's inevitability.
Hey, what did I just say? Did I say that they will fall, or did I say every nation will turn against the United States?
That's inevitability. That turning against the United States fall. We're talking about. We're on the same plane right here. We're on the same.
Right now,
Yeah, I think we all agree with that. I think that's something we all agree with.
Every nation will turn against the United States. Wouldn't it be in the general benefit of the international community to basically give back the land to the Moors?
Do you think that would be?
I thought you didn't believe in reparations, though.
To be acknowledged as a member state, wouldn't it be more beneficial to remove the tyranny and give back the land to the Moors?
It would be the enemy of my enemy type of scenario. Yeah, I guess so.
Well, I mean, these I'm just opening it.
And we would have a new oppressor. We would have a new boss in
You
town.
can think in different ways because our thinking is literally because of our conditioning from these Europeans and our so-called.
I don't think I have a European conditioning, though. I definitely don't think I have a European conditioning concerning wanting liberation.
I'm going to tell you exactly how, because you're not exercising the five highest principles known to man. You are engulfed in a lot of
based on your understanding of
reflected in your anger in how you deal with these issues. Period.
I think I have what you call a healthy range of emotions. And so I have logic and reason.
A sane amount of
and so I'm not gonna just like
No, I understand truly, but I'm saying
like stoicism isn't like an African thing. Stoicism, that's really a European thing.
That you display would be very easily utilized in your favor if you had certain tools to be able to, for example, curb that passion. Because you are very passionate about what you do, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But as I said before, these principles and these standards are what makes us recipients for receiving back our heritage and our estate. So in order for us to get these things back, we don't just have to ask for them. We have to change. We have to be that message that we bring. And this is the part that people do not understand. We can't continue to live like Europeans. We can't continue to exercise strife and hate amongst our people. We cannot fight hate with hate.
I'm not gonna love away my abuser either. That's some bullshit.
Ain't nobody telling you to love.
No, I'm just saying. Because when you say don't fight hate with hate, I'm sorry. They are at war with our little boys, with our little girls. And the rules to war is survive.
The war is being fought like
I know. And so you can't tell me I can't fight hate with hate and we're at war.
Well, I can tell you
we need to build an economic program.
Of course, I would love to
network
and build an economic program. That would be great.
And we have to lose the drive for competition also, because that's one of the greatest tools.
I think competition can be healthy if done correctly.
Okay, there we go. See, that's that cardinal thinking. That's that European thinking.
I think
that's not cardinal. Your sales pitch is very competitive. You have a very competitive proselytizing manner. Both of you speak in a highly competitive manner. You speak like athletes speak, like you're the only one who has an answer, like it has to be your way or no other way. During this entire conversation, everything you framed has been from a position of, let me explain it to you. Hey, you don't understand because you're not coming from my position. That is high level competition. You've been selling your program this entire time. And how do you have a monopoly on what's African or what's not European? How did you come by that, player?
Your misinterpretation is anything other than me expressing who I am.
Okay.
The message I bring.
Okay, Rael.
I express these things, and I basically tell you that this is what is. I'm not telling you this is what is that you are and that you have to be. I'm telling you that this is what is effective and the thing that will work.
Okay.
Now you can say
that's a sales pitch. That's a sales pitch. That's a sales pitch.
You want to perceive it. I don't.
All right.
For example, I'm a citizen of the Moorish American government. I never said to you, you need to come over here to us so we have the Moorish American government.
Who recognizes the Moorish American government?
I never said that. I never said that to any of you.
Who recognizes the Moorish American government?
Well, we have a charter. So the Moorishscience Temple of America is recognized in each state, in all 50 states.
As a 501c3, correct?
No. Some more science temples are 501c3, but others are just non-for-profit. There's a difference between being a 501c3 and being a non-for-profit. There's a difference.
I don't want to go that route because I don't knock what y'all are doing.
No,
you know what I'm saying? Like, and I want the brother Rael Bey, I want him to understand that. Like, I'm not suggesting that you do something different, or I feel that what you're doing is wrong, but you have to accept other people have programs and frameworks as well.
Right. I wish that's why I said this conflation of unity.
This labeling of everybody as European and all of this kind of stuff, dog, that's name calling.
Well, the only point I was trying to make, because it was
10 months, exactly what I'm telling you is the fact. Okay, I mean 8 to 10 months, my brother, and I mean we need to prepare for October. Peace and love.
Okay.
The only point I was trying to make is because for me, when I first came into Moorish science, I was being laughed at, and I was just getting so frustrated that I just shut everybody off because I realized a couple of things. I hadn't studied well enough, so I didn't have any rebuttals when people would say things to me, or like some people would say things to me. And I wasn't witty enough to respond. And I said, I'm not effective enough to reach my people because I didn't know how to speak to them. And the two things that I learned is the problem that we have as so-called Black people is how we're classified and identified according to the law. And the reason why the law is so important is because the law encompasses everything, right? And the reason why religion is important is because religion is law and law is religion. When you go to court, the first thing they're going to do is swear you in on the Bible. And then they'll tell you that, everything basically in law is based off the 10 Commandments. But that's still religious law. But religion is law and law is religion. So when people
that doesn't make it right. And I believe there should be a separation. There's a difference between legality and morality. And I
never said it was right. I never said it was right, brother.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. But there should be we should acknowledge that there is a distinction. So I don't want to follow everybody's moral code. We can have laws and we can have legal agreements, but I don't want to follow everybody's moral code.
Well, see, the beautiful thing about Islam is there's no compulsion in Islam. So the concept is you can live in Muslim land and have your practices and have your culture without you being subjected. But when you were in England, you had to be a Christian, or otherwise it was off with your head. And when we were in slavery,
off with your head in a lot of Islamic republics at this time.
Now, but that's not the truth.
Including Morocco.
That's true, but we're talking about the Islam of ancient times versus the dogmatism that they practicing now. That's the difference. So I mean, all Muslims don't do that, because you don't have Muslims over here.
I don't know, man. It's a lot of African countries that, granted, I think Africans.
Okay.
I was just going to say that I think that the relationship between Africa and the Arabs, the relationship between Africa and Islam seems to be a little bit more powerful historically than the relationship to Africa and Christianity.
Definitely.
But to say that Islamic nations and Islamic peoples didn't use Islam as a form of conquering different people, I can't agree with that.
They did, but one of the things I learned is you have to study the contents of Islam by what's written in scripture and not what the people practice.
In 900 AD, they used double castration in Islam.
Oh, I mean, that's not what people practice and they call Islam versus what Islam has written is two different things.
But there's a lot. I get that, because I agree with that sentiment a little bit, but I can't ignore the Crusades, right? And say that's not a part of Christian history, right? And so I can't ignore double castration. I can't ignore their role in slavery and modern day slavery of Africans. To this very day, they're beating people into submission. And so, this is.
This is the thing. When we have dialogues like this, they're great because you have to discuss the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Right.
You
especially the good.
You can't romanticize our history no more than you can romanticize the European and the atrocities that he did to us in slavery. Definitely. But the concept is, what do we do and what's the solution? We should do our best to live righteous. That's what we should do. We should do our best to live righteous. And that means I, self, law, and master. So you take those universal principles of my eye. You take those universal principles of want for your brother or your sister what you want for yourself, or what you do to the least of mine, you do to me also. You know what I mean? You take the knowledge that you have and you become the God. You know what I mean? You study your 120 or your today's mathematics, like the 5% say. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Or you study, whatever constitution that you have, as long as you're not bringing harm to.
I get you.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So that's your Islam.
That's
Nobody has, you know what I mean? Or that's your God body. You know what I mean? We come in that science. So we love Marcus Garvey for that aspect of it. You know what I mean? And we honor Martin Delaney, nobledrewali. I mean, there's so many people that came along that tried to help and try to W.E.B. Du Bois to a certain extent. He was but my favorite besides the prophet was Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington, up from slavery. I mean, he was butt naked from the time he was a baby to the time he was 6 or 7 years old, and he wore a potato skin. You know what I mean? And he mopped the floor to pay for college. I mean, who's got that kind of dedication? So, I mean, we can't discredit any of these brothers that gave their lives to Tuskegee Institute. I think it's is it Tuskegee that the brother put together? I mean, you can't just throw that brother out and say he's not valid, or Mary McLeod Bethune, who built a college with 53 cents in her pocket and baked pies.
But I think there are once again, it goes back to kind of the historical thing. I personally don't like attacking certain ancestors because they are the ancestors. It's just like what you said, like they did something that I didn't do, and they don't even plan on doing it. Right. But they did do things in their day to people who had been through just as much as they had been through. And so I do have to take into consideration what their contemporaries might have had to say about them.
Right.
Now, I may not take a side, but I do have to be aware, of what's been said about, everybody, and then kind of find my place in that and move forward.
But what I'm saying is, if y'all feel like the Moorish science temple paradigm is not going to work because y'all either say, I don't want to be Islamic or I don't want to be a Moor, I've always said, I'm not saying you have, but my thing is, what kind of program do you have that would be better than that? And then everybody said, well,
if we network.
Honestly, it's not about the program that would be better. It's the program that would be recognized by the world. It's already in place. We can't go trying to create a new or remix the old and put it in and create a new, because it's already established. And we have
if you can't, then that's what's up. You can't. You cannot, and that's what's up.
Over 60 years, they've been sitting around waiting for us to unite, and yet we still have people in the movement and believing that they're going to actually get anywhere when they aren't exercising self-determination.
Okay, so I will say,
what else is there to do?
I would say it like this, right? There are many Western cultures that have nationalities that aren't attached to religion, and so if we could reconcile with that aspect of it, if we could reconcile
is that the issue that most people have? Theocratic.
I don't know what the problem most people have. I do think it's one of my concerns, though.
I think so too. Because for me, the main concern is, if you're not a part of the main, if you create a nation based on a religion and there's people who deviate from the mainstream, what are the consequences of that?
They get stoned.
You know what?
And not even just stoned, but like you could get this sort of social stonewalling.
You get ostracized.
Do you not recognize the era of time that we're in right now, and the world is being purged? Even the earth itself is doing a lot of the work to be able to repair some of the damage that we've done to it. We're about to have a whole lot of numbers drop off the planet real soon.
We already are.
We already are. And
COVID-19 is real.
Not like what we about to see soon. I'm talking about Holocaust type numbers. And not from the
I think more people have died. Well, how many? I think more people have died globally. And let's say COVID hasn't even been out a whole year yet, has it?
No, not yet. In December. Like we're percentage wise, I think we've already gone past the Holocaust. I'm just saying that things are pretty bad right now. Right, they are. And so, and that's like outside of food deserts in our communities.
Right, the shit that was already fucked up.
Pre-existing conditions outside of, right. I don't know. I don't want to downplay the current condition we're in right now. And I absolutely agree with, eating healthier and becoming more holistic and spirit as well. I have this, I don't believe in absolute power. I do believe in a separation of church and state. I definitely believe in that. Because I want to embrace people's unique ideas. I want to be able to
I want thoughtful people to be able to get to the microphone when it's time for them. And even if their ideas are extremely radical, I want to be able to hear them.
Right.
Sometimes when we are in situations where the only rule is tradition, a lot of thoughts do not get heard. It's how societies get stifled over long periods of time.
Right.
I can understand that. However, this is the old time
And I
religion.
think
And so it's
the Moorish Science Temple should be here. I love the Moors. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
All I'm saying is I want some other things too. I don't
Okay.
want just one. You know. All right. Okay. I'm shutting
I'm
up.
being fair. I'm being fair. Yes,
thought you were
universe
saying that about
knowledge.
me.
No, I wasn't
No,
saying about you. I
it's-
was saying about Brother Jay. I'm sorry.
No, I hate because I wanted Malik Deshaun to have a little bit more to say, and brother Rael Bay, because I love the brother's input, and I hate to invite the brother and I'm hogging everything up. I wanted brother Malik Deshaun.
First, Brother Malik Deshaun, do you have something to say to add to this conversation? I don't think he's here. I think he's not on the line. What about, okay, Brother Rael Bay, do you have anything to say about the fear of religion being the basis of a nation amongst a diverse melanated people?
About religion being the basis?
Right.
That's the question?
Yes.
No, he used the right language. He said theocracy. He's the one who brought the word theocracy.
Yes,
to the
theocracy, definitely.
Right, exactly. Well, I mean, I think that this is the only way. And I believe that this is probably the most effective way to be able to do it, because our people need to change. We need to get out of the European culture and to get back to our ways. And the only way to get back to our ways is to understand more science and to really basically just embrace Islamism. So now, if Islamism is the first religious creed, then every other religious creed is based upon it. So now we're not talking about basically worshiping man. We're talking about going within the true East. Okay, now you have a lot of Muslims in these sects that are facing East, and most of these things are completely wrong. So we get the wrong idea of what Islamism is. Truly, we don't even postulate in these days and times concerning us being Moorish American, concerning us being around our enemies and these Europeans that are out to get us. So if we postulate in any manner whatsoever, we have to be in a safe environment in order for us to even kneel and pray. So what we think Islamism is not Islamism. And in order for you to be able to understand what the truth is, you need to come and get some lessons from somebody that is an authority that can actually give you the truth.
So for you, there is no governance without the Islamism. There is no governance without Islamism.
First and foremost, there is no government. We will have no government without it being a theocratic government. There is no other form that we could actually pull off concerning being recognized by the world.
Yes, and there is.
What other form? And did you not?
Which religion?
By the world.
Oh, so which religion is? I mean, there's several sovereign nations who aren't specifically under.
And it's not about the religion that was to be recognized in the first place. It really doesn't have anything to do with this, the religion that will allow us to be recognized.
And okay, so in your government, we are all Moorish Americans. There are Moorish Americans who are not following the tenets of Islamism. What are the consequences?
You don't get stoned. You don't get castrated. Those are extremes. And Kareem Abdul-Jabbar said
I was asking Rael Bay, but okay.
All right. Well, I mean, listen. Can you give me an opportunity to reply? Because first and foremost, you're asking questions that really are questions that will never really come up in terms of you actually having to deal with these issues if you were in the fold or learning these principles and these practices. The reason why you ask the question.
I know, but everybody has free will. You don't believe in free will?
I do, but this is you understand things concerning what you were trained to, the way you were trained to think.
But that's breaking. That's conditioning. That's breaking conditioning. If I want people to be free to be who they are and not necessarily be tied to a religion or a specified spirituality.
Well, how can you understand my views if you want to allow me to express?
Okay. Okay. What are the consequences?
Okay. I'm not speaking of consequences. What I'm speaking of is what we are missing. And if you truly understand that throughout life, there are really no consequences, in my opinion. That's an opinion, okay?
Okay.
So you can take that as you would. So I wouldn't even use that word concerning the fact that there would be some kind of backlash because you were obstinate or some kind of bold in your Moorish American government or a theocratic setting. So see, the first thing that you're doing is you're thinking of all of the negatives without actually looking at what I'm attempting to present to you.
Okay.
Which is basically lessons that you have never been taught, lessons that you should have been taught from that silent brotherhood all the way to the age of 12. And you didn't get that. Many of us, the majority of us did not get that. And this is the way that we are supposed to be reared from the womb to our 12th year. So now, bringing back the divinity to the English language, that bastard language will allow you to be able to understand where true Islamism is in beginning, because we are using a bastard English language to actually transliterate these terms. And it is almost
language does he speak?
without you actually having a dedication to the practice and the teaching. Now, my brother in the Moorish American Moorish Science Temple could probably understand some of these terms a little bit better than the rest of you. But that's the reason why people get upset, because you say so many things like you don't understand.
Okay. And so I'm going to try not to be offensive. It's true because it's in the Quran, the Circle 7 Quran. That's what I'm getting. Just like when I talk to Christians, it's true because it's in the Bible. And so I have a big issue when our whole captivity has been religion based. And the basis of our captivity has been religious based. And to say that religion is the only thing to free us, it makes me really question whether or not I would like to be affiliated with a nation that says it's true because I say it's true because it's written in this book. And if I can't question it and you're in control,
it isn't religion.
It is religiosity.
We use that term.
Wait. Can I stop for a second? I just want to acknowledge the mothering occurring right now.
What's the mothering?
The mothering that's occurring over at your house right now.
Oh, me, yes.
All right, my apologies. Go back.
No problem. She's up and going. But
I'm surprised, man.
Yeah, but I totally get the premise that you feel like it's right, that's right for us. But at the same token,
I'm just trying to make it clear. It is in religion that it's freeing. Okay, so you can continue.
So it's not religion, but it is an organized set of tenets and beliefs under one spiritual system.
No, it is taking our rightful place.
Where is the room for evolution in case evolution would need to occur?
Did you hear the question?
Something about evolution. Continue. I didn't hear it.
Could you repeat it for him?
He said, where is the room for evolution to occur?
In case it needed to occur. And like once again, I don't I don't want anybody to change what they got going on. Like that's your fig tree. I have a concern when you feel like because of my bloodline or my skin color that it's got to be my fig tree too. Like I want the Moors to win, but I want to win too. And
it's true because you basically both or two people practice Islamism does not mean they're under the same vine and fig tree, brother man.
I agree. That's exactly what I'm saying.
This is the thing that people don't understand about the true essence of Islamism. It's not dogma, and it's really not a religion.
It's not supposed to be dogma. It's not supposed to be dogma. It's not supposed to be dogma.
That word religion, and we think that it has a whole lot to do with what they taught us that religion was concerning that Christianity that
we're going back to this idea that the Europeans have us all brainwashed and that we can't see the rest of history for ourselves.
Say what you can't see for yourself again. I missed that.
No, I'm saying that we're one of my concerns is throughout this conversation is you've taken this posture that anybody outside of a particular body of knowledge or school of thought has got to have been brainwashed by Europeans. That I can't read books myself, or I can't study Islam outside of my present history to see errors of judgment or persecutions or things of that nature, things that might make me question fighting for a society where the government is basically ruled by someone's interpretation of what God has said. Do you see how that could be insulting?
Let me ask you a question.
I'm listening.
What did you eat today?
What did I read today?
No, what did you eat today? What did you consume?
What we had? We had some salmon, some grits, and a salad. I fast most of the day. I'm trying to get my body right.
Okay, now this
is his dad, Bob.
You don't have to trust anything that I say. You don't have to take my word for anything. You don't have to follow my line of research or anything whatsoever. But the thing that I would suggest to any of you to understand the language of divinity and for you to connect, as I said before, when people say they're detached from their spirit, but yet, have you ever in your life seen something that cannot be explained?
Yeah, a lot. I would say I'm not about to put the divine on things that a person just because a person can't explain it. There are a lot of things that have occurred in my life that other people haven't experienced, and when I tried to explain it to them, they looked at me like I was crazy, and there was not going to be any explaining it to them. They just weren't going to understand.
So we're on the same page, and we understand where I'm going with this. Okay, so yeah, you understand exactly where I'm going. But this is the thing that I want to point out to you. In order for us to see what we are supposed to see, based on what the prophet brought us, we have to cleanse our hearts and our minds. That means that we have to basically learn to love instead of hate. We have to go inside. Now, this is detrimental in order for us to be on the same page sometime in the future. Now, this means that you have to decalcify that pineal gland. Now, you might think this is a funny or stupid thing to think, but if you've never done it, what do you
I don't use fluoride toothpaste. I've done ayahuasca. No, I'm saying
not just the mind, but the body itself.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and this is the problem that I have with this particular conversation.
Because
we're not. You're not dealing like this. When I started the conversation earlier, I said we're adults. You know, we're all of a particular mindset. You know what I'm saying? and we do kind of come at each other as if only one group of people is trying to be better, or one group of people has, you know, attempted to evolve themselves or reach their highest, you know, potential or whatever, you know. I feel like most of my life I've been attempting to reach, you know, this space. And you know, I believe many people, you know, have gone down several different, you know, walks of life, attempting to find that not just spiritually, but also socially and politically as well.
Right.
I'm just saying you have to connect, brother man, in order to see things that you cannot see in your carnal essence, because you do have a spirit that is connected to the Creator, and it is something that will show you things that man cannot show you. It is something that will prove to you with any reasonable doubt whatsoever what you are dealing with concerning Islam.
I don't deny that. I just don't label it.
Go on. You just what?
Did he? I said I don't deny that. I just don't label it. It is what it is.
Oh, that's understood.
As far as when we come into an organization, then things get murky and they do get dogmatic, and they get dogmatic real fast. It doesn't take long before, you know, this book becomes everybody's only book.
Right. That's what I was, my main concern was. I don't think, I'm very flexible. When people ask me what I am spiritually, I say I am an African spiritualist Unitarian. I'm all things to all people. You know.
So technically you just make up some stuff.
No, it's not a made up stuff. I accept everybody's spiritual systems for what they are. And if I need to apply them, I will. That's what I say.
Why does it have to be made up if somebody else didn't give it to you?
So if you creating something that you feel is, you know, a correct identity to, you know, your values.
Yes, because you know what that means? It's my belief system is all encompassing. It's encompassing of a little bit of Moorish science. It's encompassing of a little bit of Hebrew Israelite. It's encompassing of African Methodist Episcopal. It's an encompassing of, you know, a little bit of Marcus Garvey Catholicism. It's encompassing of a little bit of voodoo, Orishas.
What about that? What about that you? What about that anatomy of you? You, that individual.
That I'm all things. I am all things. I am the original woman. It's all in me, mitochondrial DNA. I have a connection with the ancestors.
But you are also what you are not displaying. And in terms of your consciousness, truth and falsehood strangely mixed.
And so there you are, authenticating my level of consciousness according to your understanding.
No,
your understanding. No, there's no fact in a spiritual conversation.
No, there is no.
There's no fact in a spiritual conversation.
Being spiritual or anything. That's not the point I'm making. I said, man is truth and falsehood strangely mixed.
Man is strange and falsehood.
Man is truth and falsehood strangely mixed.
Okay.
Truth and falsehood strangely mixed. Meaning this is all of us, every one of us.
And you know, the truth is the truth. It's here or it's not here. It happened or it didn't happen. It is or it isn't.
Or it's all false.
Right. Or it's all an illusion. This is a dream of a
which I'm not 100% sure it ain't all illusion.
Right.
I try to handle it based upon what I feel is the best route and try to make decisions based on what I have in my power. But I'm not 100% sure it's not all illusion.
Right.
We didn't make this up in our heads as we going up. I might be dreaming, but you know, we gonna handle it as we go.
Hey, we never met in person. You might be a figment of my imagination and vice versa.
I might. I might be the candy man or some shit like that.
Right.
Yeah, you never know, man. Freddy or something.
So, you know, like it's all relative when we're having a spiritual conversation. That's why I say I
want to be I want to be careful with that though. I think there are limits. I just think
there are limits.
I think they're a lot more further out than most religions allow for.
I agree.
I don't think religion is for spirituality though. I think religion is for order.
Definitely. I do believe religion is for order.
It's for organization. You need order. You need people to fear what you need them to fear and to act in a particular way. You need them to reproduce with who you want them to reproduce or need them to, and to keep
what
a
happens
particular
to religion for the earthly and divine salvation?
What did happen to it? Do you have the literature, or do you what is your what is your history books say? What you got over there that you didn't read that might inform us? What are your footnotes?
Well, actually, I'm listening at this point. I mean, I am.
I don't think that anytime. This is my thinking, and I think history will back me up. Anytime we begin to organize, we have to assume an idea and a vision, and we have to assume that idea and that vision is being held by one or a few people and being kind of pressured on everybody else, the conformity factor,
right?
And religion is no different. You know, it's a lot more. It's a lot more devices than than other, organizations, gangs, and things of that nature, armies, militaries, nations, really.
Right.
But just because it has a lot of, just because we got hymns and we got, these fantastic stories and things of that nature, it doesn't make it any different than any other organization that has to demand conformity for it to exist. Every institution has to have a level of submission.
Are you there, Rael Bay?
Indeed, I am.
Okay. And so, I think what we're trying to get to is if we're going to say we're liberating our people, why don't we really just be free?
Well, the thing is,
if the goal is liberation, why don't we just be free?
But listen, this is the thing that we listen. We can do all of that. We can basically, but we can only come by it on one way. The moment that we come by it and we have sealed our estate and basically restored, the natural harmony, we can go about our living any way we want to live. But if we don't unite and take back what belongs to us, none of this will ever happen.
Okay.
So I mean, you mean tell me you didn't bite the bullet?
I think we may disagree on what unity looks like, but I agree.
After it's done, you can figure out what your place is going to be, as opposed to worrying about what you will get if you defy the theocracy of your government. Concern yourself about that later.
I don't know.
I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it.
I think I'd like to iron out
the deal. I'm not signing anything without.
I'm saying if you haven't at least investigated any of this, that is not a valid enough reason.
I think I have. Okay, I have. I think I showed that I did my homework recently.
The word is, I didn't say you didn't. I said,
okay.
I don't know.
I think by the conversation that we're having, like, you could tell that I did some homework on this, and I discussed what my concerns were, and I discussed where I thought there were some valid ideas, some great ideas. My concerns, kind of outweigh some of the things that I feel are, a solid idea. The only concern for me is going from one captor to another. That's my main concern. Right. And so,
okay, well, you looking at it as if the ones that you are dealing with are as bad as any ones that you could actually get involved with.
There's varying degrees. If we're going to talk about freedom, let's be free. Like, why does it have to be conditional or contingent upon conforming to
because your ancestors set up this system. Your ancestors set up this system.
My ancestors set up several systems.
Many, several million systems.
Civilization, meaning the nationality connected to the land. The civilization that we went out and we forged, and then all of a sudden we have a European nation claiming that they did what we did. So in order for us to actually get back into the fold of government, we have to go back to what we were, a nation of people.
Or we could evolve, or we could become something new, right?
Even if we become a nation of people, it's going to have to be some agreement and some disagreements. It's not going to just be no wake up and we all on the same page.
Right.
Under the name
You're right.
we left it under. So we can't go pick another name. The bottom line is that we build.
Everybody does, though.
And if you're waiting around to get in the fold,
so your only version.
On the list when the time comes.
Okay. So we're going to come to the conclusion that your only vision for unity is uniformity. Is that correct?
My only vision for unity is uniformity. If you want to put it that way, you can.
I don't know how else to put it. You're saying that it can't work unless it's a theocracy. And there's several non-theocracy nations. And my main concern is about deviating from the main state's mandated, spiritual practice. I think there should be more nuance to this conversation than this is what it says in the Circle 7 Quran. This is what it should be. I think it should be, this is what it suggests in the Circle 7 Quran. But what do you think about it?
And ironically, like the Circle 7 doesn't have these really heavy mandates. It has some interesting ideas about principles that sometimes I question. But for the most part, these are like really, really, it's, general ideas, general suggestions to people. So I do wonder when it occurred that it got kind of like, at the point of organization. Like, why can't I just say, I subscribe to certain tenets in this particular book, but I'm not carrying the card and I'm not signing up at the office. You won't see me at the temple.
Because I don't know if you know, but in theocracies, certain countries, you're required to say your salats and stop your whole day. To stop your whole day. In Islamic republics, a lot of them, not all of them, you're supposed to stop your entire day and do your salats. Women have very restrictive clothing policies that I don't think you could just change overnight. There's a level of what you would call modesty, and that doesn't really fit a lot of people's style. So you're talking about changing the fundamentals of a lot of people, of who they are and who they want to be in exchange for liberation. But is that really liberation?
Would it be better that you just die? I mean, because
we're all gonna die, honey.
But I'm just talking about this. Just in general, we're gonna get wiped off the planet. We're gonna either be Moorish American national or we're gonna be dead. And it's really coming down to that.
And so that's the prophecy. Is that the prophecy that you're referring to? Is that what nobledrewali prophesied?
Is that the prophecy? Did the prophet say we're going to be Moorish Americans and dead? No. Just as I quoted that, that's me saying that.
Okay.
Me saying that.
So that's from your understanding.
I thought you. Well, no, this is me interpreting what I know.
And so that's the problem I have.
In the best way that I can make you understand.
Because the interpretations, like somebody can interpret the Circle 7 Quran to say something completely different. And, you know, my life is worthless and I should be stoned for not listening.
Right.
Oh, absolutely.
Or listening to the wrong person.
Or, yeah, like, this is a very slippery slope when we talk about vote or die or do or die, get rich or die trying. We have to keep in mind that these ultimatums, you know, are really a form of conditioning in itself. It's not
well,
really
maybe an ultimatum as you look at it, but it's also a fact.
I know facts are something you can verify. We just came to the conclusion that nobledrewali didn't even say, you know.
Oh, absolutely, nobledrewali.
Yeah, but that's the savior. Savior's Day is on his birthday in January. So, you know, and then you're interpreting it one way, and really he could have intended it to be another way.
I'm interpreting it in one way and then expressing an opinion. Okay.
Okay.
So this is nothing that you should feel alarmed about.
Oh, I'm alarmed. You said Moorish or die.
Anything other. Oh well, that's a fact. That is a fact.
That can't be verified.
It can't be verified.
No, it can't.
I thought he meant like it's a. I thought he meant a fact for him that his belief is that, it's more for you. And I don't knock that. Like
I can't say, you know.
Well, no, I'm speaking concerning, at this time when I say it's a fact about exactly what is predestined to occur.
Okay.
I don't know about that. It may be a fact that you have said this and this is what you believe strongly, but
right. And
I don't even think if the math even add up that way. Like if we just look at the trajectory of the types of people that live in America and the type of Black people and the programs that Black people are subscribing to, and the direction that Black people are in right now, like if I were to give a prediction about what Black America looks like in 300 years, I would say it'd probably be a lot of different forms of Bloods and Crips.
Right.
I think that they would probably survive before. I think they would survive before all Black people adopt any of these religions, with the exception of maybe something that's already like Christianity. But even then, like the Christians aren't like.
I think Christianity is on the verge of antiquity, to be honest. Nobody worships the Roman and Greek gods anymore. Nobody worships the Kemet gods, to be exact. Everybody who refers to Kemet doesn't worship any of those gods. Right. So, not
worship, right.
I'm saying in a true sense of how religion works, a lot of people... religion gets outdated every few centuries or so. And so when we're talking about the future of anything, the most prevalent, the most up and coming ones like Scientology was invented in the 80s. You know what I mean? That's an up and coming, like the most increasing,
one in popularity.
Membership.
Scientology was older than the 80s, but that's what's up.
I think L. Ron Hubbard's books don't go past the 60s or 50s,
Right.
So that's still pretty recent.
It's fresh.
Yeah. So when we talk about religion or spiritual systems, like it's always something that we have to keep in mind.
I think we're moving more towards secularization. I think that people will have their beliefs, but I do think that as far as institutions that can survive if it doesn't have some type of military code to it, a military some type of martial code, then I don't think it's going to make it. I think that's the reason why the Bloods and Crips have proliferated in the way that they have.
Right. So yeah, I would love to see like the spiritual aspects involved in society. I just don't believe it belongs in the government necessarily. I don't necessarily believe it belongs.
Not just.
I don't want an ayatollah, to be honest.
Okay.
That's what I'm worried about. I don't
want a Jim Jones.
I don't want anybody who considers themselves the next prophet. So
not without competition. Like we can have like several prophets, several niggas that think they prophets.
I'm saying in government. I don't want somebody.
That's what I'm saying. As long as they're able to compete, I'm cool. If it's just one, and if they organize and fall under one, then we get rid of them. Like, I don't have a problem. The problem that I have with this system is that you have one dominant class of people that are able to dictate to everybody else.
Right. And so when we talk about, I'm here still, I was listening. When we talk about, religiously ran states, everything is open for interpretation. Everything
by those who have taken power.
Exactly. And so when we look at it from,
how is everything open for interpretation? How is that?
Because if you
just interpreted the prophet Drew Ali, you just interpreted the Circle 7 or whatever, you just interpreted it for yourself. And if you do it, what if you did have a tank? What if you did have some power? What if you did have some land? What if we all were living on your land, or what has been consecrated to you via God, Allah, whatever? And you felt like anyone who isn't anyone who isn't following your idea of Moorish American or subscribing to the tenets in the way that you wanted them to, well, they're no longer a Moorish American. And then what?
Right.
You've interpreted this for yourself.
That's not something that is done. You can't strip away somebody.
That's something that's done all the time. That's something that's done all the time.
It's done constantly.
It's even done in the United States of America.
Right.
In the legal meaning, but if you have a entity that stands on their principles, that would never happen. Not initiated by the.
That's a lot of faith, man. Like that's part of the conversation too. That's a lot of faith that I would be putting into one person. That's why people rise up though against monarchs that people once believed in.
Participate in the process and the implementation of the rules, because the government is yours. It's not like you dealing with the United States corporation. You are a part of it, just like the founding fathers, and you are building this theocratic government. You are building it from the ground up. So therefore, you are not only a citizen, you are a divine minister and an official.
Fatima was the daughter of Muhammad, and once Muhammad transcended, and I want to be real careful there with that language. Don't nobody come to my house and shoot my shit up. But Fatima was supposed to have a caliphate, but she didn't. So a lot of us, it still becomes a virtue of who has the power to make these things actually occur.
Right.
And no matter how much I build, and no matter how much I give to a particular thing, once I pass, the people who whatever I want to occur, the people that are left, to honor my name, they still got to be just as strong as me, or if not stronger. They have to be able, to basically take their rights. Is basically what we're talking about. Just because you are part of the foundation of something, that don't mean people just gonna honor it.
Right.
People don't just honor the Drew name, man. That's why you got so many temples now.
Do you realize the influence that we are under? that we've been under for so long, and that the influence is only intensifying.
I mean, influence. We're always under some kind of influence. I don't know, man. Like I tend to view myself as a pretty strong thinker, and a lot of people that I deal with are pretty strong thinkers. I think it's more of a resource thing most of the time, and I think people tend to give up. That's what I see more of.
Right. We have a preference.
And I think the narrative of slavery, like what I would like to add, I see the narrative that all blacks on this land didn't, come on slave ships. I would like to say that all them people that came on slave ships didn't bow down. A lot of them rebelled. Right. A lot of them didn't lose their mind. Right. And a lot of the ones that was conditioned, they also, Nat Turner was a Christian. You know what I'm saying? He was born here. You know what I'm saying?
Harriet Tubman was a Christian.
Right. And born here. You know what I'm saying? Right. So it's like, just because people went through this filtration don't mean they lost their mind, man. They still had their righteous minds. They still had their African mind, or however you need to refer to it. A lot of black people fought, man. A lot of captured Africans fought.
That's right. And we all fight in our own way. And so even though I might criticize someone who works for the United States government, at the end of the day, they could still end up helping me in a way. If I get in a pickle, they could provide information or intel for me that I probably wouldn't have otherwise. So, as much as, we like to, especially in the conscious community, we love to, outwoke each other. We could all still use each other and as a source of networking.
We don't have to
things done. Yeah, we have a goal. And I think ultimately, most Black people want liberation, even the Christians. AME Church of God in Christ, they got Black Bible characters. That's straight.
I mean, most of that stuff grew out of a liberation theology.
Definitely,
you know like we were saying. We talking about Nat Turner, Harriet Tubman, Denmark Vesey,
right?
Gabriel Prosser, and even those involved in the Stono Rebellion had particular beliefs and particular ideas.
Right.
I think it's dangerous to assume or to frame Christianity, Black Christians, as these extremely docile people. They were some of the most fierce fighters in their times. They interpreted the Bible and they used the church as a means of a secret society of sorts. To have a place away from surveillance and whatnot, and that's where they were able to organize and things of that nature. Sure, we've all gone very, very far from the liberation theology, but we all have done it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think anyone living today is standing on a standard set by Nat Turner or even a David Walker.
Exactly. And we've got to keep in mind that we're all coming from a standpoint of, I want our people to be free. But in the midst of, I want our people to be free, are they really going to be free if it's just your way?
Right.
And I love the Moorish brothers and sisters. I definitely am open to any ideas. Hey, if we can find a way to nationalize without the theocracy, I'm game. If we could find a way to nationalize,
a theocracy is not an authoritarian group.
A theocracy is ruled by
it is not an authoritarian group. It is not.
A theocracy is not necessarily ruled by the people either.
Why isn't a theocracy? I have a hard time seeing that a theocracy is not an authoritarian government.
Why? Why would you believe
Because I have to conform to a religion. I have to conform to the theo. No matter what, I have to conform to that theo. I have to conform to the God. I have to conform to it.
That theo anyway, and that's what you don't get. You're gonna have to conform to that theo anyway.
Oh no.
So it's every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Every
I won't. No, and that's I have a problem with it. I do have a problem with it.
Well, and so if it's not by just divine order, every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess sounds like some authoritarian type of scripture.
It sounds draconian.
Definitely.
It sounds, Jim Jones or Shaka Zulu. It sounds very
right.
draconian. Sounds like a lot of your own people gonna die.
That's
what it sound like, man. Sound like
well, that's what he's saying. That's what he said.
A lot of black people would have to die, man.
I think he hung up. Yeah, everybody hung up from the line. So we are the last people standing. This is
so what did we get out of this? I thought it was a lot of information, man. I thought there's a lot of regurgitation and a lot of quoting, and it's flat. It's really flat. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
A lot of catechism. I think the problem that I had is the belief that some people believe that this is the only time anybody's ever heard been around Moorish Americans or whatever.
Right.
But there's definitely an interesting understanding that I thought was
I think a lot of what we are experiencing is it's still an identity crisis, right? And so what I was trying to do was narrow down what exactly is our claim to a Moorish lineage, what time frame, what region. And so when I was trying to establish that, and when I was
it goes extremely abstract.
Yeah. And so I was like, if we can't pinpoint this, you guys, how are we going to make this claim? And so it almost sounds similar to how Ashkenazi Jews claimed the state of Israel. I think that's the line of thinking that it is. But we're not Europeans displacing Arabs for a foothold for European interests there.
Would you support something like that though? Would you support like the Gramscian idea of African Americans? What Gramsci suggested that African Americans, black people, be used as like this kind of a colonializing force in Africa, that they go into Africa and begin to establish really what would become American domination there.
Right, and so
is it because that's what
with Obama and AFRICOM?
That's exactly what Obama was thinking. That's exactly what Obama was doing.
And so I would
any land that would be given to blacks, just like the Liberian project, you know what I'm saying, like that had to be, US military to a degree. Any land would it would be like Israel. Would you be cool with that?
I don't think I would be okay with further colonization of Africa, even if it's for my own benefit. I don't think I would.
That's what I'm hearing them say.
Right.
Like okay, I hear on one side, I hear they say that reparations will never happen, but they want some land that Lincoln, and I need to go look that up, that Lincoln has doled out before he was, had his head blown out of the theater. But there's also kind of this suggestion of U.S. helping them secure land in Africa, and I feel like it would have to look like Israel for Black people.
Right.
I don't know how I feel about it.
That's the only way, I think. I think that's the only way that the Ashkenazi Jews were able to,
Israel.
convince the United States, like, support us in this. Because even though they haphazardly say that the state of Israel began in the 1950s, it really wasn't established until the 1970s, when they started to be actually enforce their borders and have support. And what's his name? Yasser Arafat was signed off on it as well as a puppet,
or whatever, right? The School of Americas or whatever they calling it today, right?
And so I don't feel comfortable with that either, because at any point the Western powers that be can just recall Israel if they really wanted to. You know how much money they put into it? If they decided to act independently, for real.
Israel is such an arm of the European idea.
Yeah.
The Jews, and I want to be careful, what I'm saying? There are certain Jews who pretend at a particular kind of ethnic differentiation from the rest of Europe, but Israel is a European project.
Yes.
And so is the United States of America, so is Canada. These are all European projects. That's why they're all tied to NATO. That's why that works the way it works.
Right.
And so, I absolutely agree.
Being trans,
I think a lot of Black people would jump on it. Like, I think a lot of Black people gonna jump on the Ghana thing. I think a lot of Black people don't. I don't know. Like, I think a lot of Black people don't care. Like, I think a lot of Black people,
Well, Ghana is actually welcoming. That's a little bit different than being a transplant as a.
I think a lot. Well, it's different than Israel and this kind of realigning of land, but I don't think it's much different. It won't be much different than other experiences that Jews have had in other nation states.
Right.
I think in the beginning, they're going to be they're welcoming of American dollars. And we look like, look at the people that went, the welcome home. Look at the people that went, of course you will. Yeah, of course Ludacris can come. Who else you got, Luda? Bring your family, Luda. Of course Luda can come.
Right.
I saw the list of, people even, talking about, not billionaires, but millionaires, that particular economy. Yeah, of course.
Bob Marley's wife. You forgot.
Oh God, yeah. Aren't they? What are they? They got like a weed thing, right? Like a weed emporium or something. Don't they have like a weed company of some sort? So I think, there's going to be a certain class of individual that's going to be welcome, but I do believe, and I don't know what people on the ground are thinking. You know what I'm saying? USA's initially during the Obama administration, anyway, USA had this really friendly face. Come to the land of milk and honey and opportunity. But they was kicking people left and right, kicking people out left and right, and it was throwing people in cells at the border when Obama was in. With this bright Obama's smiling face with his children and stuff. While he was swagged out.
Right.
But they were still the American people still felt a way about foreign entities or whatever, how immigrants or whatnot,
and the workforce especially.
Especially the workforce. This is, this is what matters to most people, even if it's not, even if it's not xenophobia or some form of, looking at us as, a kata or whatever. There will be economic concerns because there will be an economic change.
Right. And that's what the entire issue is with the so-called essential workers. We're not in manufacturing. Look at what they call essential. Fast food restaurants, Walmart, Target. And I'm not denying that they are an integral part of our economy. I just think, wow, none of the jobs matter because we don't have jobs that matter.
Nah, and I absolutely, and any of the other jobs have already been replaced by computers.
Right.
As you can remote control from the crib to get this machinery in operation. But yeah, everything. Well, with the exception of like what Elon Musk was doing, and I guess Elon Musk would have to be like the exception to the rule. He was breaking the law when he did it. But yeah, the rest of the functioning of, and don't get me wrong, I mean, the economy took a major hit, but it is interesting that the top of the tech sector only increased.
Right. Definitely.
And like you said, the rest everybody else had to go, go work at Mickey D's.
Right. And so, and all of these so-called unskilled jobs are the only ones that matter, supposedly, the ones that people don't think should get paid more than minimum wage. Right. So, and our cost of living is not decreasing, and it's not slowing down to the pace of whatever the wages are.
Not at all.
And so when we talk about, building a nation state, especially the Moorish nation,
I wouldn't even think along those lines. I wouldn't even kid myself in my dreams about it's the same thing. And I don't want to offend anybody, but it's the same thing with the brothers in the nation. Brothers in the nation have this really fantastic idea that if when the collapse occurs, everybody's going to go buy a bow tie and go join the MGT or something. That's not going to happen, man. That's not historically. These aren't the things that occur. People, when nations fall, people disperse.
Right.
That's typically what happened. And the people that are here, they're going to be the people that here are going to be here, and they're going to be doing the same shit that they was doing.
Right.
We've seen these things. We've seen Japan had 2 atomic bombs dropped on it. Like if people need to study what happens, when nations go through these things, I think those are good examples. War-torn Europe, where did people run to? How did that happen? Even the Great Depression was probably a good example of what will people do. Everybody didn't go join the nation wasn't there at that time, but everybody
wasn't a Garveyite all of a sudden.
Yeah, right. Or a mufti in the Moorish science Moorish science of America.
Right. And so
because that was around.
Even with them not accepting that label, the FBI came after them just like they did everybody else.
Everybody else. And if you want to go to an internment camp, they got prison cells, especially for black folks. They got a prison cell waiting for you.
Right.
I want to be hesitant of dropping any names because these are major players, but there have been entities involved in Moorish science people that did some extremely major things, and no outside foreign entity came and saved them when the feds came. You know, so it's not like they're treating you as if you are a foreign national.
Right.
You're going to get treated like the Arabs got treated after 9/11. You're going to get treated like the Japanese got treated during World War II.
Exactly. And so we don't even get afforded the same opportunity as people. I'm skeptical because I don't think white people don't respect us because we don't have a nationality. I don't think that's it. I don't think they don't respect plenty of melanated people who have a nationality, or including those within a
Africans come
theocracy.
over here all the time. Like I think there's a certain treatment.
Because even
But
you know,
nationality, if it's only in name only, if it's only nominal, then it
yeah,
doesn't really matter. If you don't actually have land, military, government, some type of resource to exchange a global economic system, then
mhm.
what are you calling nationality? Like if
And
you like literally if you can't go over to Morocco right now and rest your feet while watching your TV or whatever, you know, and being accepted as a citizen there, then I don't know what you're talking about. Like if the government ain't coming for you, you know, like I don't understand what we're talking about. Like what's the import? That's what I meant by, you know, it doesn't matter what I call myself. It you know, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
right,
I'm going to I have to deal with what I have to deal with here. There
right,
is no nation that's coming for me.
right, exactly. And so, you know, and even mentioning how Morocco already acknowledged that they don't have parts of the United States anymore, you know, since 1777. What are the claims of being Moorish American at that point?
I even question that. Like Morocco is you know, we are talking about, you know, something that's been decreased for a long time. It didn't start as Morocco. It started as
Right.
something else, and then and when they began to push up into, you know, they got stopped about some southern France, and all of that land was one thing, and then the
Hmm.
Portuguese began to dominate land, and they got crushed into these two small, you know, pieces of land that we know as Morocco and Mauritania. I don't, you know, the problem is this abstraction of saying everybody from Africa is one group of people, and they were over here as well. Like I'm willing to say, yeah, I can see that, but you didn't have no militaries over. You didn't have no military bases set up over here. You
Right.
know, yeah, you didn't have no military bases over here. The Iroquois don't see themselves as uh, foreign nationals or members of that nation. You know, neither do
Right.
the Cherokee or the Choctaw. They see themselves as their own nation.
That's right.
So
And and
I have my concerns about that, but I do get the interpretation of, you know, this idea that we were once all people. We're one people or whatever. But
and
historically, that's, you know, we talking about some shit. You know, probably millions of years ago. Yeah, we talking about, you
right.
know, when the Atlantic Ocean didn't exist. It's a long time
Yeah,
ago.
they took it back to Pangea. And so when I was like, um, are you talking about when the continental divide occurred? Wow. Wow, we're taking it back.
Well, and I don't think that they should I get it. They should do whatever they want to do, but I think the most important two things. I do love how they study the law. I love it. I really
Right.
love it. Like I would have my son take, you know, let one of them tutor my son. It's just the law,
Just
nigga. Don't
yeah.
do no more than that. But but I also think it's important that people know that Islamic Africans controlled a large chunk of the Iberian Peninsula, a big part of Europe,
Right.
for damn near 1,000 years.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? That's extremely important.
Yes.
Not just because of the king and queen thing, but just for you to understand the history. What's the big going on?
We
Maybe
set up
reasons.
those universities. We set up,
Right. Cordova.
irrigation. We
Right.
set up several things in Europe.
Algebra and all of
Right.
these other scientific discoveries, and right. It's
Right.
very important to understand that because we do have a tendency to look at African nations as kind of weak, militarily, and it has been a minute since the African nation kind of pushed past the Mediterranean. You just don't imagine that kind of thing.
Right.
And so I think it's important to understand that African people pushed up into Europe, and they pushed deep. They pushed up there deep.
For centuries.
For centuries.
And then that's why I mentioned the Berbers. That was the Marine Corps' first official victory. And because I think that's really important. Upon the formation of the United States, they were the Berbers were still kicking ass. Right. And causing, calamity for trade in the Mediterranean. And that's why
pretty heavy.
Right. So, that's why I thought that was important for people to know. And definitions, I thought I went about getting the legal definitions of things pretty thoroughly. I was trying to, so that we could have a clear, understanding of what exactly we're talking about. And, the difference between like what you interpret something to be and what it actually is, especially concerning nationality. And so when they refer to themselves as nationals, and I looked it up, I was like, oh, well, we guys gotta go back to the drawing board on some of this. Because
I think they got a decent foundation though. Like I think I would trust them more than I might trust let me be careful how I say this. I think they have a better grip on politics of a particular sort than a lot of like Bible thumping type people.
Okay, like they have a better understanding of diplomatic relations.
Maybe not the most accurate understanding of geopolitics. It's very abstract and very hopeful, but they got a much better beginning than a whole lot of people, man.
Definitely. Even when I was looking into a lot of the different ways in which like nobledrewali was actually crossing paths with very powerful people.
Extremely, as he was extremely politically savvy. You know what I'm saying? He did, it was respectability politics. He was using this kind of clean and fresh look, and you got to understand the times were different. Chicago of then didn't look like Chicago of now. Black people carried themselves a lot differently,
right?
Especially at that time. There were a lot more, businessmen and things of that nature. They looked at things a little bit differently. So he did appeal to them, and even there was like he gave like a major event. I'm not gonna be able to think of it. At like the post office, because that's where a lot of Black people were working. It was a really great job at that time, and he consorted with the Republicans, because Republicans in that time was a different kind of Republican.
Definitely.
And this is Black Chicago. So he touched and rubbed shoulders, even like the owner of the Chicago Defender, and this guy was a really kind of somebody we would probably call a sellout or a frown upon him, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, it was a different world back then, and even he embraced them, So yeah, he obviously an extremely charismatic, politically savvy person.
Definitely. And you know, ultimately they influenced the Nation of Islam and how they moved. Farrakhan actually acknowledged, I think it was in 1980s, the impact that nobledrewali had on you know, W. Farad. So Muhammad. So when we look at how one thing led to another throughout the Black liberation, I know the Moorish people are not gonna like me saying black, but y'all, they came after y'all like they came after the rest of us. You know, so apparently they think y'all black too. And you know, I really did appreciate the dialogue. I didn't want to seem too combative. I think I came off as a little bit more combative than I really originally
they
intended.
proselytized. They trained to proselytize, and even the brother was saying, Universal Knowledge was talking about how when he first joined, he didn't have the wittiness, and he didn't have he didn't have the spiel yet. He didn't have the right responses and all that. So they're trained. They're salespeople. They're trained to sell their ideology. And so I don't know if there is any other way to do it other than kind of aggressively. Even when we have conversations with people in the not just people who say they Christians and you ain't been to church and since your mama made you go. I mean people that that are attempting in the church attempting to build a flock.
Right.
That's a different type of person.
Definitely.
And there's going to be a different set of ideas that because they trying to recruit, you know what I'm saying? They on a mission. And so there are going to be some things that they're going to push back against because they're trying to sell something.
Yeah. And I don't think I necessarily
let me explain. Like that's
right.
that's a sales pitch. Like that's heavy, man. Like you really think you need to explain something to me, man? You see all these damn books behind me, dog? Like really?
And even I don't think I came at them with a whole lot of things that can't be verified. That's why I was trying to be thorough in the
you quoted the dictionaries and the state gov. I thought you did good. I think it's important. I think that's why I didn't come with any of my books. I didn't go in any books because I wanted to be specific and I want to be accurate. I don't want to just hold a book up. I want to go to the page and I want to quote it and I want to, and I also want to acknowledge that, just because it's in this book doesn't mean that it can't be questioned. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, we do have this tendency to treat the books that we agree with like our Bibles. And I don't look at it like that. I don't look at all the scholars as prophets and their word is golden. Nah, everybody can be questioned.
Definitely.
Everybody should be questioned.
Definitely. But I know that's kind of how they operate. That's their modus operandi.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I work with them in that, because I can work without sources, I can work with sources, I can work,
especially if we are talking about what I should be contributing and what direction you're asking me to go in. You know what I'm saying? When you talked about your spirituality and how you go about, forging your own spiritual practice, I don't you don't need a source for that. You are the primary source on that, and you shouldn't be, that's not really something I should be questioning you on. I actually probably should be taking notes because it might help me out.
Right. And like just make things up as they go along.
I thought
I was like,
coming from the same person who interprets the prophet in his own right, in his own ways. It's okay for you to be creative, but nobody else can be creative.
So, and even
I thought that was healthy though. I thought that was healthy for a young person to see though. Like
Yeah.
like a young person who may be a little confused about that. I thought it was healthy for them to see people kind of discussing, the limitations, the flaws, the leniencies, the liberties that we take with religion.
Right. And even I respect people and their practices.
That's right.
At the same time, I'm going to challenge your views. It's not going to go unchallenged. It's going to go, you're going to meet some resistance. And so for me,
Yeah, if you're trying to sell me, if you're trying to sell me, I
right,
feel you're trying to sell me off in a challenge you.
right. And so, the main point, I think, for me, the turning point of the tone of the conversation was when like, your way is the only way. And I was like, oh,
Right.
no.
And they were blatant about it. They were
Yeah.
blatant about it. Like,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
they didn't miss words. It was, it's either this way or there's no way. And I was like,
There's no other way. So I was like,
That's what's
oh, man. And,
it does kind of end the conversation.
right. Oh, one by one.
Yeah, right. Literally. literally. They just start dropping off.
Oh, man. But I was like, I'm learning at the same time. I didn't know about all 20 sections of the 13th Amendment. And there was other aspects. I think they have.
I still don't like. I know what I know. I know what I've read, and I know that that's something. Okay, that's cool. But it's not like the only problem I have is that there was no kind of deep dive into anything, and I'm cool with it. You know what I'm saying? But I do feel like just tossing information out there is kind of like playing Trivial Pursuit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like this is fun and
Right.
and intellectually stimulating, but I probably am not any more of a constitutional case lawyer than I was before we got on this call. You know what I mean?
I completely get that.
Like I probably still can't pass the bar. So
Right. You're right. It was trivial trivia.
Yeah,
So
and that's the only thing. Like I think these are the type of people you have to make bonds with, because this is the conscious community.
right.
But the reality is, we do exactly what you say. We do a lot. It's the woke contest. We do the woke Olympics a lot.
Right. And I think we're all aware. We are all aware of we're in need of liberation.
Or even just at the personal level, like this idea that we're not eating healthy, or we're not exercising, or we're not trying to take care of ourselves. Like, what make you think you're the only person who wants to be more healthier?
Right.
In the world that we live in? Like, what makes you think that? That's so even at just that level, I feel like, and it's not just them, it's a lot of people that's like that. They
Definitely.
think that nobody else is trying to be healthier.
Right. And that nobody else knows how to get to the destination other than them. There's only one route.
Only one road.
And that's what I was telling, I think, before universal knowledge hung up. I was trying to say, you can't throw your main reference tool at me and say this is the truth.
And that's it.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't like when Christians do that. And I don't want to be disrespectful, because that is their main literature. So, but
sometimes I do question that. I mean, the prophets of the Bible are quoting other books other than the Bible itself. They're pulling from other information and other sources. Why is this the only book you pull from? Or at least, if you're going to be like have a concordance, or have I I don't know, man. I do think that if you're going to be something, you should have a desire to seek to, I don't know, challenge it some kind of way, to explore doubt. Like,
Right.
like athletes challenge themselves. They see where they could get improved, and they go out and improve themselves. The good ones anyway, the champions. So I
Right.
don't understand why you wouldn't want to strengthen your belief by reading, reading more widely. Why would you just have this one book?
But they did mention Kemet, and other
Well,
symbols.
the Moors got literature. Now, now depending on what Moor, the Moors got lit,
Yeah.
not just the one-on-one, they got the adept lessons as well,
Right.
But like you said, if you're gonna treat all books that you agree with as a Bible, then sometimes it kind of defeat the purpose. If we can't question people unless you disagree with them, that's kind of it's kind of similar.
Right. And so, like, that's why I said, uh I can be everything, if I want to. um you know and I can relate to certain aspects of things, and some things I can't relate to. And so, if we're going to be free, let's be free.
Right.
Let's not talk about going from one thing to the next thing. um
Yeah, one version of a taskmaster to another.
And I know what all of what they're saying a theocracy actually entails. Religion controls the calendars. Religion controls
controls everything, even the time.
Right, the
Is
time.
based on these
On
religious practices.
Definitely. And so, I totally get where they're coming from in that aspect. I'm like, can we change the calendar and not have to be ruled by religion? Is there a way that we could have some sort of balance without having to completely change everything? That's my main concern. Where is the balance to where, we have order and we have freedom?
Yeah, right. A set of agreements is okay with me. Like I don't want to subscribe to this whole doctrine of anything. Like we can come up with some agreements, some basic, reasonable understanding, some human understandings that and we can codify them or whatnot. But I don't want to have to subscribe to your religion. I don't have to believe what you believe. I want to be free to cuss God out when I feel like it, or not to even believe that it exists at all.
Right.
When I choose to, and it not be a political act of some sort.
Definitely. And then, I did like that they have an appreciation for Marcus Garvey. I did like that. I did not like how necessarily they said that he was on a lower religious level and then they were the next level of it. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I don't like that either. I don't like that. I don't like the whole IR. I don't like to put any. I don't like to put it in the hierarchy. Like sometimes I cringe when I hear people say things like I've heard people say Martin Luther King was better than Malcolm X. I'm like they did what they did, man. Like this is not an athletic sport or anything like that.
Right.
They both kind of gave their life for what they believed in, and
Definitely.
opened up whatever doors they was able to open up while they was here.
Right. So, and it was, man, I had a Hebrew Israelite say something. They want to discuss something. I don't know. I think I'm wore out now. I tried to work within their frame of thought, and I tried to, be as amicable as possible.
I think as long as I don't have anything to add to the conversation, I think it's okay. Like if we just get in 100% interview and we knew going in, all we finna do is interview them and let them talk they talk, and then maybe we come together and analyze what we heard afterward. I think that would work. But if someone is coming to the table saying that in order for you not to die, you have to follow my way, that's a very extreme way of looking at the world, man. It's a very extreme. And so there's not a lot of give there. So I can't do nothing but ask you questions. I can't give you anything. You think you have all the answers.
Right.
I can't share with you any books. You think you have all the books, or until you want to read the book, it won't matter anyway.
Right.
So I think that in that kind of situation, as long as we understand, hey, we're going to be talking to somebody that, this is an extremist. I know what we're dealing with.
Right. Well, he told me he was, on the fringe. And so, Rael Bay, he told me he was on the fringe. And then I was like, okay, all right, it's okay. Just prepare to be challenged. You can say what you want to say. It's just
Right. The guy that was on the phone said he was on the fringe. That's the fringe, huh? Okay.
Right. And he's very much into conspiracy theory. So and symbology. So
that can be fun as long as people don't think that a symbol has to be interpreted one way. That'd be my only problem. Like, as long as a person is open for other interpretations and other histories and other perspectives, it can work. We can have a two-way conversation. But if that doesn't exist, if all you want is the floor and that's that, then that's that. We really can't have dialogue.
Right. Because I was framing it as an open forum, and so and I tried to stay within melanated as much as possible. I tried to stay. But then when it kept when I mentioned that non-melanated people can be in a Moor, then
things changed.
Right. Then I said, nah, throw that out the window. Black. You just said mulatto, black.
Yeah, that's where I had it. That's where I think there was kind of a whole when the whole discussion of Berbers turned into, oh, they're not really black. Then it's like, well, this is going to completely throw everything that the entire foundation of Moorishscience Temple is built on this bloodline of the Moors,
right?
And attempting to take it past 7-Eleven and all of this kind of stuff.
Right.
If there's no, I don't know, a sacred position or whatever in the lineage, then it's like, well, what are we talking about?
Yeah. So
because this is the group of people that conquered,
and their basis was the law and diplomacy. So I get it. They're continuing that
a tradition.
Yeah, exactly. And we can learn a lot from that. And because they kind of know the diplomatic symbology, they can move around in spaces that other people
I gotta see it in action. I haven't seen a lot of people say a lot of things, man. That's the only other problem that I have.
I've only seen a few.
I have to see it, and I have to see it at every level. Like if you're somebody, you coming in with a $300 or $400, dollar shoes and a particular kind of tie. If you coming in smelling like money and you do it, yeah, okay, yeah, of course. But if it worked for somebody that ain't smelling like money, then okay, then this is the reason why that works. Then I'm more of a believer. If it's just another if it's just another pattern of pockets, then okay, that's why that work. It don't work because it's some secret club where everybody in.
Okay.
That'd be my only same thing with the law. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, certain certain statutes may play, but I think that
ultimately Wesley Snipes went to jail, and he
Yeah,
was trying to
yeah,
be a Moor.
right.
Like you can't make millions of dollars and not pay the piper.
That's a great example. That's a great example.
So
yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's a great example. Wesley Snipes is a great example.
So it might work on traffic tickets and some.
Yeah, you better not try the IRS like that though.
Right.
Yeah, right. And so and once again, no nations can, and that's Wesley Snipes,
Right.
So if it don't work for him, then I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna try something different, guys.
Yeah. So, and a lot of it I thought was very similar to the libertarian principle of not paying taxes, being sovereign, and but like they mentioned before, the prophet nobledrewali never mentioned anything about sovereignty, and he said follow the rules of the land.
Yeah, right.
Follow the laws of the land.
He did and made sure, and wanted to make sure that they did too. Don't make me look bad. Yeah.
Right. And so even with his whole situation and how he was ultimately in prison, that sounds like a setup. Something's fishy. So and I wouldn't put anything past the FBI. J. Edgar Hoover had it in for everybody at that time. Right. So ultimately, yes.
Or anybody. I mean, we are talking about people that, he did, enough power to be, to stoke envy.
Right. And that's, I think, exactly how Marcus Garvey was deported, was from a place of envy as well.
From the minute he touched down.
Right, definitely.
The minute he began opening his mouth, extremely charismatic dude.
Definitely, and he was traveling internationally as well with a lot of diplomatic status.
And it was moving real fast. Like a lot of them businesses didn't blow, but you got to understand, when we talk about Marcus Garvey, man, like the part that we talking about for real, like I ain't even talking about the letter campaign in the schools and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about like that from the late 1910s to the early 1920s when he was really moving like that. That was not a lot of time, dude. The big, the big thing you talking about at whatchamacallit, like that happened really, really fast. Like dude had a interesting, he was electrifying.
Right.
They hurried up and got at his ass. Like dude, like he, he had, he was moving extremely fast. That's not a lot. When we talk about the UNI, that's not a whole lot of years we're talking about. Whole lot of activity, but not a whole lot of years.
No.
He hit the ground running, but he didn't, he didn't really have a whole lot of time to operate with.
Right.
And a lot of black people really, he made enemies fast, and put it like that.
Yes. And I think he made a lot of enemies because he also threw down a lot of black intellectuals' ideas and proved that he could hit the ground running.
You didn't need that degree. You didn't need that lofty ass title from Harvard, or you didn't need yada yada. You could actually operate within the black community, and he wasn't, he was from a whole, he was from a whole nother country. You know what I'm saying? Like regardless of what his purpose here was, he won't, he was probably added to his, charisma, I'm sure, his attraction, I'm sure. But I mean, it what, that is gonna make people feel some kind of way. Not only are you an outsider, but you're a foreigner technically, and you came into my community and begun organizing people. I've just been plotting on.
Right. And so, and then Booker T. Washington, I think he has a quote that there's certain Negroes who don't want Negroes to progress.
Agree with it.
Because
I think in some ways Booker T. Washington was that kind of Negro.
well,
I'm not, and I'm not. I don't want to, I don't want to take shots at ancestors or anything like that. But I mean,
right.
there's, Kwame Ture discusses it in Black Power. I think it's the last chapter where he talks of either the last chapter or a middle chapter. I might have to go get the book. But he discusses it. These are people who did amass. That's a lot of power, man. At that time for a Black person to have, and everybody ain't get their power directly from Black people. Some people got their power from white people, and they did want to maintain a particular status.
Definitely. And so we have to keep in mind that these so-called allies of these Black intellectuals, most of them didn't believe in equality to the same degree that equality actually should be practiced. And so ever since
they ain't trying to spread the wealth.
Ever since abolition, period, a lot of the white allies don't believe in reparations. A lot of them don't believe in, which is why I was like, well, why is anybody just allowed to put on L or Bay on the last name and just claim our birthright? And to say the state owed the money, honey, that's called, you lost the war.
Yeah, right. Right. Absolutely.
So
I mean, we're talking about crimes against humanity, man. How am I supposed to pay you for that?
Right.
That's ridiculous.
Right. So, that was
something I didn't agree with. Like, I thought that was just I don't like the Hamitic curse thing, and I don't like just this idea that your former enslaver, your former captor is supposed to get money because they no longer have, because you've left. That's crazy.
Right.
I don't owe you anything.
Right. And so they're saying they view they lost property in the deal. And I'm like, I was never property to begin with.
Right.
My ancestors were never property to begin with. That's the premise I'm on. And
it's a crime. It's a crime.
Right. So, and a modern one at that, and this grander scheme of history.
Right.
So when I look at that like that, I'm like, oh, I don't want to be viewed, or my ancestors to be viewed as property according to them. And so, I apologize if you felt offended by Rael Bay when he questioned your marriage. I apologize for that. I'd apologize to wifey. I apologize, Queen. And
I just feel like I would never question no man, no your marriage or anything like that. Like that's not something I would ever, I would never cross. So it's like I get the understanding of ideology and wanting to have which is something I don't understand. Like he wants to feel free to question me at a particular level, but doesn't want the same level of questioning coming back.
Right.
You want to be free to have this intellectual discussion where even my marriage, something that's extremely sacred, can be questioned. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I can't question anything that you have going on. And so
I have a problem with personalizing ideological conversations, even though it's done all the time. People want to throw personal jabs during a
because I mean the whole position that they had was somehow, if I'm not a part of what you're a part of, then brain. Well, I'm an Asiatic, a European Asiatic. And I think that's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That flies in the face of reality. I don't have to be a part of your group to have read books and to have studied widely, or to to embrace a particular spiritual understanding of self.
Right. And I'm spiritual enough to love something so much. I don't want to pluck it and put it in my vase. I want it to stay right where it is so it can flourish.
Right. Allow it to grow. Right.
So, and everything is not meant to flourish in the same vase or the same soil. Some
Absolutely.
things are meant to be in different environments, and I want to accept it just as it is. Not necessarily convert it to my way.
Right. And some people I would like to be able to appreciate at a distance.
Right. Very
very far
away.
Stay over there.
It's like view it, from the comforts of my own home online, and say,
Right.
you know
Online.
what, I appreciate your difference.
Absolutely.
So yeah, and I think, oh man, I almost feel like we didn't get to a point of reconciliation. I
think it was a first go. I'm pretty sure that this won't be our first engagement. I'm pretty sure it wasn't your first engagement with them. I don't think it's gonna be my last either. I think
no. I'm willing to have them back and just say, here's the floor, and we analyze it afterwards.
Have y'all go,
Right. Yeah. Because I definitely I would like to leave on a better note. But I don't think I was necessarily out of pocket or out of line.
I don't think you did anything,
I was told I was emotional.
Uncourteous. Yeah, I heard that.
Like, yo.
That's what I was saying. Like, I don't view stoicism. Stoicism is not like an African practice. Like, that's not something, Africans are extremely, passionate people.
Yes.
The coldness is a European, philosophy,
Right. It's like I got a healthy range of emotions.
I'm human. Not a sociopath.
Right. So, and I was trying to make it interesting with the color coding. I apologize if it offended.
We had all kind of signs today.
I was like, I only pulled out the blue sign once. So
the sighting. I thought that was important. I would to see more documentation, and I like to see, it was a lot of quoting. I think a lot of quoting, and even when we pull out books like a citation, I need to know what page you quoting from, man. I want to check that book out too, or whatever.
Like, even when I was citing stuff, I was like, dang, I'm the only one citing my sources, my information. Man, that's crazy. I was like, but it's all good. I was expecting them to do it a lot more. I think that's why I was okay with that. So but it's all good. Like, I think I definitely would like to talk to them again.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I think they bring something interesting to the table. I just know who they are. I just know what they're standing on, and I know how to operate around that.
Right, definitely. And Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters, if that's where we're headed, let me know. I'm willing.
No, I'm interested in that too. I'm interested.
Yeah,
I think they get a bad label.
I think talking about us being the real birthright to a certain region in the Middle East is a conversation worth having.
With the right people, yeah.
Well, yes, no extremists. I can't
Well, no unread extremists. If you're going to be
Well,
extremists, have some accuracy. Have accuracy.
also, yeah. You know, I don't want white people bowing down and kissing my feet either.
Okay. Okay. True.
So yeah, this has been really good. Thank you so much, Brother Al. This has been great.
It's always an honor to be on your platform. Appreciate it.
And we got to do this again. I don't know if you're available next Friday.
Absolutely.
All right. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us. That one person that's still in our live, you are a champ for real. Thank you so much.
The real MVP.
Peace.
Peace.